Labor shortage story time for you, Vosh. It happened today. What? The only labor shortage you guys are gonna get is me not streaming if you keep asking these dumbass questions. My BF is annoying me? Damn, that sucks. Okay, hold on. We got all that, we got all that, we got all that. Diodox. Snowbands land, wet dry world. Okay, there are only a few places left. I really do not like Snowman's Land. I have just never liked Snowman's Land. A nice house in JPEG. I'm glad. These streams should be part of a rare opportunity for us all to relax a little bit. Thoughts on the GOP blocking the January 6th commission? Oh, we'll talk about that tonight. Don't worry. No debates? We tried that. Okay. Guys, we actually only have 30 stars left to get, if you can believe it. God. So, we've done all of Wet Dry World. We have some more in Snowman's Land. We haven't yet gone into Little Big World. Well, that's not how you get in. It's over here, right? Yeah, over here. And then up we have TikTok Clock and so on. Let's do TikTok Clock. Let's finish TikTok Clock. We stopped playing this before because I was getting so tired that I couldn't do basic jumps. So that's the we were starting to fuck up some pretty easy stuff. He doesn't have Nazi dog tags. Oh, were the dog tags from a different era of the Wehrmacht then? Hey, what if the AC turned on when I asked it to? Thank you. Well, I hope you're doing well, Milkhounds. Let's go! World War I? Gotcha. Okay. Doesn't it feel super cute and quaint having this little stream set up? I like it. Okay. Wait, shit, what did we just get? Stomp on the Thwomp. What the fuck is that? Game sounds kind of quiet. Let's fix that, huh? You're ripping off Conyer? True. Gotta stomp on the Thwomp. High key like this set up more? Yeah, I can imagine. It's only really feasible with games that are in a 4:3 ratio, though. Can we not? Woo! Okay. No! Just as I planned. Hey, how about we do the red coin one now, huh? How about that? No. I think this is easiest when you freeze. Yeah, the red coin one is when you're supposed to have them all frozen, I think. I think that makes it way easier. So we're actually gonna save it for that. Now, I don't remember this Thwomp we're stomping. Utterly beyond me. Come on. It's literally called Stop Time for Red Coins? Oh, well that's helpful. Appreciate the game telling on itself like that. Is the game to voice volume acceptable? I know the game's a little bit quieter. Come here! Look! Sounds good? Nice. Oh, shit! Oh. Did I see the H-bomb video and vaccines? Oh yeah, it was absolutely fantastic. Can I say something cringe real quick? I actually think that videos like that are the closest thing we have to publicly accessible and investigative journalism of public interest, you know? Because investigative journalism is not what it used to be. Not even close. And, while obviously he didn't engage in, like, super crazy investigative journalism himself. I think he engaged in the kind of behavior that popularizes it. Wait, how do we get up there? Wait, how do we get up further? Hello? Lag? We need to get up there. How do we... Do we need to get flipped? Do we need to do the flippy? Oh, no. No, there's a route? Oh, okay. Oh, no to flippy, please. Please, no to flippy. It's weird because investigative journalism was the main source of the information. Yeah, the problem is people just don't fucking listen to investigative journalism. Oh, how did I miss this? Oh, oh. Yeah. Oh, no. Okay, that could have been worse. Okay. Infotainment is the future. Yeah, it is. Unfortunately, like, the people who say there's a worrying mix of education and entertainment, like, it's true, but it's also the only future. Have I gotten to try Castle Nathria since getting back into WoW? Yeah, I have. Not on Heroic, only on Normal. I'm only doing pickup groups, and my item level is only 205, so I'm not easily accepted into Heroic groups. Okay, I see. Okay, we're gonna wait for a good shot here. But I enjoy it. Okay. Which way, Western man? You know, I don't think I've ever actually gotten to this part when I was a kid. In fact, I'm actually very confident that I haven't. Oh, God. We're really getting up here, guys. Wait, why? Are you gonna eventually finish Banjo-Kazooie? Yeah, it was a toss-up between Super Mario 64 and Banjo-Kazooie tonight after we finished RE8. How far up? Oh, I've never been this far up. I didn't even know about this star. No. Don't you. Don't. Oh. What the fuck is even in here? God. Oh, God. This is crazy. All the years since I've played this game. That's the thwomp! I just never knew. Man, this game is really asking me to go farther than I've ever gone before. Oh no, not the fire. Oh no. Hurry up! Oh no. Oh. Okay, the fire can't make it on here, I don't think. Yeah, okay. Thank the Lord. You ready to do the 100 coin star for this level? I was born ready. Okay, we're gonna take us over. Oh God, it gets close. Gonna take us over there. Yeah, born to shit, forced to wipe. Okay, simple as pie is what this is. Except that's gonna try to knock me off the edge of the damn thing. Yeah, I saw you, little trick. Okay. Just gotta position a backflip. That's it. Closer than that, I think. But, yeah, closer than that. Yes! Nice. Now, where do the clock's hands have to be for it to be stop time? Is it at 12 or 12? Okay. So it is. Easy. Oh my god, the clap. The clap is so easy. The clap is so easy. The clap is alright. The clap is fine. Okay. Come on! Okay. Okay. Thank you, God. And thank you. So how are all my fine people doing today? This game's a little bit more chill. It demands of us less immediate engagement. Wait, where'd the star go? Doesn't the star appear here? Huh? Are you? I'm doing good. We got a bit of a sub boost from, oh, it does appear above the... Okay, cool. We got a bit of a sub boost from the Crystal and Kyle thing, which was nice, because it kept us from tipping over the thousands mark from the drama with the Kink and Pride thing. And that's always appreciated. You know, I'm happy to see the channel do a little better. Still got very high prospects for the future of this channel. Just gotta focus on stuff people care about. Timed jumps on moving bars. What is this one? What is this one again? Yes, we only participate in discourse rarely. I genuinely don't understand how your take at Pride got misconstrued by so many people. Well, I do believe people were being unreasonable, and there were a lot of people with some unironically, like, creepy views. I acknowledge that, especially early on, I did a poor job formatting my, Oh, come on. Oh! Well. Okay. Okay. So, where are the, moving bars? Timed jumps on moving bars. I don't know what that refers to. People seem to intentionally read your misread your intent. Oh god, it's sped up. Well, we'll do our best. I'll just keep going up and you guys tell me when we're like getting there, okay? Come on. You should talk to Eris more? Yeah, I'd be happy to speak with Eris more often. There we go. Okay, we keep going for a while. Oh, jeez. So anyway, the, that was nice. Talked with Tempest today. Agreed that he's a king. You know, standard stuff like that. Looking forward to the future of the channel. I can't wrap my head around the fact that people want weirdos showing their kinks in public. So here's the... So being charitable, this is the actual problem with the discourse, okay? Oh, we didn't mean to go this way, damn it. The real problem is that a lot of lefties are very concerned about sounding like all of the reactionaries that they see dumping on them daily on social media, or their parents, or their school, or whatever. So sometimes they'll go to great lengths to avoid sounding like that, even if it leads them to an untenable position. That's basically the gist of it. Okay, time jumps across moving bars. Would that be these moving bars? Oh, God. No? It's these ones? I think it's these ones. I think it has to be, right? You know, time speeding up here is not gonna help us. I don't think this was it, guys. I think you might have lied to me a little bit. Wait, there it is. It's right there. Hold on. Is it even possible for us to... Ah! No, just take me down here. Okay. Okay. Sure. Why not? Oh god, the camera in this game. Gonna be the goddamn death of me. Okay, so it's over here. Here it is. These are the time bars. Those other ones over there are just from a 1-up. What a horrible place to put a 1-up, dude. That shit's way too hard. You're way too likely to die getting that one. Nice! Yeah, Catboy Jazzy, the discourse is just a little sus sometimes. Little sussy! Little my sussy bakas. That's what you all are. And now, we're getting 100 coins. Let's go! Okay. Okay. Sure. Woo! We'll focus on going to the top first, because getting down is... Actually, getting down is just as dangerous as going up. Let's get what red coins we can access from the ground level. Woo! That was 10 coins right there. Did I see the mouthy drama? Yeah, I've seen Mouthy getting on the bad ends of a lot of people on social media. It seems like a lot of negative stuff going on. He blocked me for making a dumb joke. It does seem like he's blocking a lot of people. It should be noted, though, Mouthy Infidel is the person I'm talking about. I block a lot of people, too. If a person on Twitter is making my social media experience less fun, then I just block them, so... Okay. So I'm not necessarily in a position to impugn other people for doing the same. I block a lot of people on your Insta. Oh yeah, and Tempest blocks a lot of people when he's managing shit for me. Can't blame. Change stream title? I would, but I won't. Basically. Can I change? I can change. Oh yeah, you can change it if you want. I'm playing video games. This will be the first time, assuming I get this 100 coin star, that I have ever gotten all of the shit on TikTok Vlog. I hate this guy. Wait for the wind. What do you think of the Booksmarts review on you? I think that Booksmarts is a bright guy with a lot of insights. I think that his inferences on me sometimes range to being pretty uncharitable, but there's no denying the value of a lot of his insights. So. I'd be happy to have him on at some point in the future. 68. Okay. Posting it banned. Oh, Colossal TM, you won't get banned for posting it. It's just I'm playing Mario right now, but I can look at it in my own time. Probably not a great idea, NPE layout. Can we do this? Thank you, Tempest. I appreciate that. Wahoo! Okay, what's the best? Okay, we want to go right here, not left. Do I want to do any gardening? No, I don't do. Okay. All right. 68 coins, except for the red coins down at the bottom. We've gotten every one we can get, I think. Right? I think so. I think we're doing well. We just have to be careful. Do your little flippy. No! Okay. Colossal TM. I think, without seeing it, though, I think I can infer what's being talked about. So I do have a pretty bad memory, which comes back to bite me from time to time. But, sometimes when I miscommunicate something, like, I have a thought in my head, and then I express it in a way that's not exactly, like, optimal, you know? I'll think I said the good version of what I meant to say, rather than what I actually said. So later when people are like, you didn't say that, I'll say, yeah, I did, when in my mind, it's because I said the thing that I was imagining that I had said. Does that make any sense? Wish I had a better memory. Good memory is a component of intelligence. Apparently having a bad memory can be one of the, like, a thing that happens with mental illness a lot. They mean to get on, like, Ritalin or something. Okay. Okay, guys, we're doing it. Guys, is that a one-up or a coin? Not worth the coins anyway, but we're almost out of... good amount of coins. We'll try it. We'll try it. Oh, that's really tough. All three are on the same timer. Jump. Jump. Okay, we skipped the last one. We just dive. This isn't it. But, thankfully, the further up you go, the more likely you are to have floor underneath you. Okay. 0 fall damage. Yeah, I dove right before I landed. We're fine. We're not actually that far from where we were.
Mamma mia!
I think we can do this. Oh, no, wait, this is sped up. Hold on, this is sped up. Should we do, slowed down? We should, shouldn't we? Is slowed down 6 or 3? It's 3. I think 3 is slowed down. Yeah, it's 3. Fuck, I'll wait for the next one. We got this. Can you leave levels you have at least 1 star in? We're going for 120 stars, baby. Okay, yep, it's slow mode. Let's go! Don't you dare. Woohoo! See that? Tell me you didn't see that. Okay. Slowdown is going to make some of this a little bit easier. Not to be mean, but Bosch playing Super Mario 64 is honestly horrible. I think I'm fine. This game does not control as well as you probably remember it controlling. Lovely game, mind, but clear improvements have been made between here and Super Mario Sunshine. I think Super Mario Sunshine's controls were pretty, like laser sharp, you know? This is not that. Still a wonderful game, don't get me wrong, but... Hey, come on. Come on. Okay. We can do a little drop down here to get some coins, and I think I will do that. Well, that wasn't as elegant as I had hoped it would be. And you really need that pause, don't you? Do you have merch, Vosh? Why, as a matter of fact, I do. And within just a couple of days, we're going to be dropping more shirts. In fact, we should have an announcement for that very, very soon. So stay tuned. Don't you fuck me. Come on. Full-time Super Mario 64 speedruns? I don't like speedrunning, and I'm not good at it. Wahoo! How's the pack fun coming along? Is that still a thing? No, it is not. We decided for a number of reasons a pack would be a super inefficient way of helping a candidate. We're going to be canvassing. And I'm going to be workhorsing the hell out of all of you. That's right, all of you. All 350,000 subs will be obligated to come canvass with me. If you're looking for an incentive, just remember that I said I'd buy a big wheel of cheese. Nice, expensive, aged cheddar. Yes, the cheese promise, that's right. But I'm not in America, Vosh? Damn, looks like you're not getting any cheese. What are you, European? Europeans get enough cheese. It probably will, but that's the work, Nuka. Are you going to get vegan cheese? It will be a big block of real cheese. I am sorry. We will have vegan food options for the vegans, but we will not have cheese wheel options for the vegans. Thoughts on an artist who only draws fan service but not porn? Free country? Thank God. Have you thought of which candidate you're going to canvass for? Yes, extensively, and I'll have info on that out when it's time. And not before, otherwise a bunch of people are going to start... Well, I want to dictate the pace of this discovery, I'll say that much. Woo! Give me a little squish! Giving Mario the PogChamp squish. Oh, there was a lip! I don't know why they provided it, but thank God. Oh, okay. 73. Do you think Mario's more of a Sigma or an Alpha male? Mario's gotta be, like, a Beta male, right? he has to be. He has absolutely no autonomy or agency. Everything that he does, he just reacts to the world around him. Fuck, do we go for it? This is what killed us last time. I missed a box? Oh no. Where did I miss a box? Inside? We'll get it if we can get this. Ah, okay. Well, you know. Okay. Well, we did it. That was the thing we got stumped on last time. We fucking did it, so... Okay. Okay. 14 more. What's in there? Oh. Did my chat freeze? My chat did freeze. No, your guys' is... Oh, there it is. Okay, sorry. I must have hit the scroll at some point. There we go. Alright. Come on. Oh, that was 10! We're only 4 away! We just have to not die to the fire here, and I'm pretty sure these give it to us. Yes! It's kind of high up. Can we... Yes! Well, we're done with this place. Oh, we landed on something. Oh. Well. Just going for the quick dismount there. Okay. I want to do Rainbow Road. Or Rainbow Ride. Wait. Is this a different place? This is a... Oh, this is a flying challenge. I don't remember this. You know, that was supposed to be a triple jump. Any plans for another charity stream? We are like a week out from the last one. Let's hold our horses. Keep in mind, charity streams are the viability of charity streams are determined more so by your guys' bank accounts than by my energy. Okay? If I just do charity stream after charity stream after charity stream, I mean, I can do it. But, that's... Yeah, the Oilers need to refill their wallets. You have enough money? As good of a person as I like to imagine I am, I do not want to donate all of my income to charity. I actually kind of enjoy the material luxuries of being able to buy slightly higher than average quality food. And, save up for the future. Yeah, I need my Yeezys, okay? There's a cannon. Down there. Okay. Here's our lad. Yeah, I'm saving up for a better keyboard. You guys gotta donate more, okay? It's so hard. The annoying thing about this level and levels like it is that because of the draw distance, you can't see red coins until you're already pretty close, you know? Demon Mama raid incoming. Uh-oh. Hey there, imps. Okay. Saw a red coin on that underside. Okay. Okay. I can wait. Okay. Alright. Okay. Alright. You doing 120 star? Goddamn right. Just looking for coins. That's a 1-up. There you go. We just coin spot, you know? Like, you see a place, you see any coins? I see a coin on that underside. I think we gotta cannon our way back up. Do I wear cologne? No, I do not. I mean, I don't go outside. I stream. Come on. Yes! We're gonna run out of hats soon. The vines? Yeah, I know. Hold on. Can we get to that from here? Come on. Let's see. Okay, maybe from here? The silence on the Does Vosh wear deodorant discourse is speaking volumes. Yeah, I don't wear deodorant because I don't smell bad. This isn't the need I've ever related to, you know? The rest of you people sicken me, honestly, you know? It's like you people, you know, like, Vosh, you don't even wear cock makeup? You have sex with people without putting cock makeup on first. And I'm thinking, cock never needed makeup, baby. You're probably used to the smell and you can't smell it. Yeah, well, Hyena can testify to me not being smelly, okay? God damn it. Okay, I know there's that coin up there. What about the other missing ones? Woo! See that aim? That's fun, girl bot Mossy. Hold on. Oh! Sick! Now, as for the remaining coins, we only need 2 more. We've already come this far. I got this one over here. I flew through that one. So, we're already on the highest place. It's gotta be down from here. Shit. Come on. God, I wish I could see red coins farther. What is that vertical line? Is that a screen tear? Let's cruise for a bit. What do you think of people in the cosplay community attack people from other cultures for using dark makeup in a cosplay and call it blackface? Okay, look, in a perfect world, alright, if you're white, you're cosplaying a black character, you could wear dark skin makeup. But we don't live in a perfect world. We live in a world where that shit is super duper tainted by some really weird-ass white people making fun of black people, okay? So don't do that, alright? That's it. That'll get clipped the fuck? I really don't think it will, actually. We're gonna run out of juice. Oh no. Seriously, where are these last two? I don't see them anywhere. Climb that pole? Is there one at the top? Well, sure. Top of the level? How high up can we go? I think one of the things that contributes to, like, me getting clipped a lot or my controversial reputation is the fact that I already have a controversial reputation. I think that if people, like, shut the fuck up about the, oh god, this is gonna get clipped, it would be, like, better in general, you know? Because people are always looking... Please. Oh god. God damn it. God damn it. We gotta get this one here, folks. If we're doing 120 star, we're doing 120 star. That's all of them. Oh no. Oh no! Jesus. Maybe we'll come back to that one. For that one, I might look online just to get like a 3D map of where all the red coins are. Just so that it's not an hour of me aimlessly flying around trying to see them. Let's go to the actual Rainbow Road. Try to turn a friend at work onto your content. He responded with, oh, that guy who always says the N-word. Yeah, well, that's about the discourse. Ah, hello, Toad. There, we got a star. Ooh. Cruiser crossing the rainbow. Here we go, folks. This is the final stage of the game, and it is, in my humble opinion, appropriately difficult for that position. I just like that. Oh, right, it disappears without you. Okay. I forgot about that. Oh, thanks to the maps, folks, but we're done with that for now. I'm actually not going to be able to stream as late as I normally do. I have friends to talk to. Nice. Now, if I remember correctly, there are a lot of coins on Rainbow Road. They're all over the place, but there are a lot of them, so... I don't go with the flow. Hey, let me... What? Okay. I'm not getting up that way. There's a wall kick kind of deal here. Huh? Well, that would have been the way. Yeah, what's up? I guess we could just get the red star coin. Red coin star right here. Now, come on, do the flippy. No. No. Thank you. What's your favorite thing about having autism? I don't think about it that much. It's the big dick, okay? The man doesn't want you to know this. They want to keep us down, but all autistic people got fat fucking fat logs. Hold on. Can we do the thing? We can't do the thing, it seems. We just need to do it. We just need... Yeah, like that, except... I'm trying to do the goddamn... It's really quite difficult to pace this. Like that. Let me wall jump. Okay, from the ledge. Why is it not? I could just do that. Okay. I assumed this was steep enough that I would just instantly slide off of it. You know what they say? Assuming... Wait, can I do it or can I not do it? Wait. God, please. Okay. Okay! Thanks! Now it's all easy. Got my health back. Sick move. Ooh! How does he do it? How does he do it? Woo! Woo! How does he do it? How does he do it? Here we go! What's your favorite thing about fucking Chat's dad? How soft he is on the inside, obviously. Would you ever play Destiny or Destiny 2 on stream? I already played Destiny. Ha! No. No, those games don't interest me. Those games are hella Skinner boxy to me, you know? I've seen this complaint all the time, and it's that if a fight is hard in Destiny or Destiny 2, it's because the boss has a lot of health, you know? And if it's easy, it's because the boss has, like, a little health. Oh, probably should have had my camera angle a little different. Those games just seem brain dead. I'm really enjoying Horizon Zero Dawn. I wish more, like, shooter or action games played like Horizon Zero Dawn. I like running around and having a kind of parkour system to dynamically move around environments, and then you have enemies that have, like, a wide range of highly mobile attacks. Ah, shit. Oh, hey. The save! The enemies have a wide range of highly mobile attacks, and the best way to deal with those attacks is to, like, very specifically target weak points. Resident Evil games are like that, too. Or at least the modern ones are, and I like that a lot. You know, when you're, like, frantically running and there's, like, the glowing hit point or whatever, and it's hard to hit it. Yeah, it's good. I like it. What?! I hear Biomutant is the next game. Yeah, I've heard stuff about Biomutant. I might play that off stream. That's a long game, it looks like. Open world. I can't play games like that on stream. I've heard it's meh. Ooh. I see. You should play RDO 2, it's great. It's not my type of game. I try not to get excited about games anymore because the games industry is such a fucking shit show. Like, all the time. Okay, I think we're... No! No, 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 no! I stopped moving, and then I took my thumb off the fucking joystick, and then I fell off. The fucking... The drift. Is there something guys do in relationships you wish girls would typically do more, or vice versa? I've never been in a relationship with a guy, so I don't know. I can't really say. I don't know if I ever could be in a relationship with a guy. You only fuck them? Yep. Imagine dating men. Yeah, true. Seriously. Look, it's not that boys aren't cute or anything, but, like, have you guys ever, like, been with a guy? Like, seen one? Jesus. They need therapy. Oh shit, which way? I think... Well, I guess I'll go right since the Lakitu... Okay. Should have gone left? Yeah, yeah. What do guys do in relationships that's so bad? It's not what guys do in relationships. It's just... I think that a lot of men's social strategy is really, really great on me. They didn't used to. It's something that, with time, I've grown more irritated by. Come on. And they all need therapy, like I said. We sure are on a goddamn road. Why are all the rainbow levels so notoriously hard? That's just a part of Mario games, right? The rainbow levels are just like the end game type thing, you know? Nice! Probably should have gotten the one up there, right? You're single, right? Yes. Oh, that wasn't the one we were supposed to go to. Okay, I guess left was the direction we were supposed to go to. Who would have figured, huh? You can long jump and skip the first carpet? Maybe? It's like a difficult proposition. Try dating a man next time, it's really not that bad. Are you, what, proposing yourself to me? No, I just... The main thing that bothers me about the way men tend to... There are women who do this too. Oh shit, Godless Phil! Thank you so much for the $100, comrade. I really appreciate that. You definitely deserve this for your effort on the PCRF stream. Good job, comrade. Yeah, I appreciate you donating that now instead of then, so it goes to me instead of needy Palestinian children. I'm kidding. I really appreciate the donation, comrade. Seriously, that's really, really kind of you. We'll be doing more charities in the future for sure. Now that I got a taste for it. You know? But 27 hours in a row of streaming was rough on me. If I do it again, though, next time it'll be GameCube classics. How cool will that be? I just think Super Mario Sunshine, Luigi's Mansion. Oh, man. Oh, Metroid, the Metroid games! Wind Waker? Guys, I've got a confession to make. I've never actually played Wind Waker. I just didn't. I just never got around to it. It'd be a first-time playthrough. Oh, that didn't hit me. Play a Kirby game? Kirby 64 would be fun on stream. Those games were made for, like, infinite babies, so they're not, like, tough, but they're really, really cute. Anyway, thank you very much for the dono. Maybe have somebody read donos for you, too. With your guys' donations, I'd never get a chance to speak. I think we just have to accept that for stuff like that, donos just can't realistically be read. It's unfortunate, because obviously, I mean... Oh, no. Oh. Come back. Come back. Oh, that was a shit show. The camera angle was not optimal for that one, folks. Backflip? Yeah, it's easy to say from the comfort of your armchair, dipshit. Anyway, Ooh, other game we could play. Isn't Twilight Princess also in the GameCube? I have fond memories of Twilight Princess. Oh, yeah, but for the man thing, the main thing that bothers me is just that, men can't express affection. They just can't do it. It's not just in romance, it's in friendships, too. It's always behind this wall of posturing. It always has to be this semi-ironic, like, oh, yeah, dude, like, I like you, like, we're friends, but, like, haha, not that much, you know? Like, always trying to prove that they're not, like, that invested in the relationship, which can suck sometimes. I can deal with that in friendships or whatever, but for a partner, I don't think I want to deal with that. Okay. For me, there's nothing more Chad than being extremely straightforward with all your affections. That's very, very Chad move to me. Ah, come on! Yeah, I'll check all donos shortly. You can long jump and skip the first carpet. Okay, 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 okay. To this pole, I assume? Wow. Holy shit, that's so much easier. Oh my god. Wish I had discovered that as a kid, Jesus. The main issue is that men don't have very strong social networks, so they tend to use their partners as therapy as well. Yeah, I might catboard Jazzy. Just always remember your partner isn't a therapist, you know? Your partner is a stuffed animal, you know? You can squeeze them, and they make you feel better, but they're not professionals with the giving you help. Consensually squeeze, of course. Okay. Yes, true, Vermin. Okay, Vermin, it's true that I did adopt your entire friend group instead of making my own, but now I'm a famous streamer, so to be fair, I made that one up in the long run. It was an investment, okay? Uh-oh. I'll see you all soon. Don't you dare. Just gonna... Okay, we pass. Okay, we want to be facing it from this angle, not from the other angle. Mamma mia. Easy skip. Whoa. Oh! The fucking Lakitu! It sacrificed its life to kill me. It fucking body blocked me. I've never had that happen before. How is this taking so long? Damn, you guys are fucking impatient. These are the hardest stars to get in the game. Dude, chill, okay? Last life? It doesn't mean much in this game. Duly noted. Super Mario Galaxy 1 and 2? Well, those are Wii and Wii U games, respectively, right? That'll have to be for the next, and the next charity. They're spoiled by the 30-minute speedruns. Yeah, I bet half the people, most of the people in chat complaining would embarrass themselves trying to play this in stream. Oh, both are we? Oh, gotcha, gotcha. Well, that would still be a while down the line. There are a lot of GameCube classics. The game, oh man, dude, all Metroid Prime games for one. And just one Metroid Prime game is a solid, like, if you're going for completionist, a solid 20 to 25 hours of content. I could do a charity just off of, like, Metroid Prime Echoes, you know? The second Metroid Prime game is just a fucking masterpiece. Super Monkey Ball 1 and 2. I never liked the Super Monkey Ball games. I just found them kind of frustrating. They're super fun to watch other people play. What? Game over. God damn it. Here, we're gonna leave that one for a little bit. We're gonna try a different one, okay? Hold your horse. How can you not, along with Crystal, saying the mainstream Democrats are trying to demonize conservatives, while in all your stream you say they're all bad? Darth Nihilist, the critical distinction there is the difference between demonizing conservatism and demonizing all conservatives. Now, while it's true that I come down really hard on conservatives on my channel, I do always try to underline it with a really important message, which is that we're all people, you and your ideas are not the same thing. Everyone is worthwhile. Everyone has value. Your ideas may be reprehensible, and you are a threat to me only because you have those ideas, though. And without those ideas, you're I don't want to leave anyone behind. That's the perspective that I take. And there are a lot of people who kind of essentialize the criticisms of conservatives, and that's the thing that bothers me. Of course, Hyena. Don't worry. Unfortunately, I have to go in 15 minutes. Oh, goodness. Let's see if we can get another star. Hey. What about PS2 games? I never played them. To me, they're not classics. I know they're classic games, but to me, they're not classics. I can't wax poetic on my childhood experience playing them. Nazis have value. The people have value. Fundamentally, yeah. I'm not a big fan of that whole, you know, the like, edgy 13-year-olds posting the sniper lady, and she's like, how did it feel to kill 8 trillion men? And she was like, I did not kill men. I killed fascists. Like, that thing. I'm not necessarily a big fan of that mentality. The dehumanization of our opponents is probably something that we should stay above. I just also think it's ineffective. Historically, a lot of very effective left-leaning groups have been made up of people who used to organize alongside, like, brown lines, you know? Like fascist lines. It's just... it's not to say we should be compassionate towards Nazis or anything. That's not the... Are you kidding me? That's not the argument that I'm making. I'm just making the argument that we should make sure it's clear that the problems with them are the ideas they have, and not, like, they've consigned themselves to perpetual moral damnation. You know? Because if that's the case, why would they ever change? A lot of people with conservative values kind of know they're fucked, and they don't feel there's any need to change those values because they would never be accepted by the left anyway. So, like, why even fucking bother becoming a better person? So that's the stuff that I try to stay away from. Now, I'm not saying that every single Democratic Party official is, like, screaming at the top of their lungs that all conservatives need to be hanged from the neck until dead. I'm just saying that... Oh, you see it sometimes. Well, there are a certain portion of conservatives that are so locked in that they refuse to... Really? Change their minds on principle, yeah? Yeah, sure, but you don't know which ones those are. That's the thing. It's true. Most people who are conservative today will die conservative, but you don't know which ones will or won't. So you have to hope, you have to give the best shot, that all of them will change. Because you're not capable of making that distinction to individuals. Like, this person is worth treating well because they might change, but this other person probably won't, so they're not even worth, like, trying. You know? It's complicated. Hopefully none of you are looking for some super crazy dunks on Kyle and Crystal, because that is not what I went there to do. I think it's safe to say somebody like Marjorie Taylor Greene will never change. Yeah, but okay, so if you go up on, like, national television, you say, Marjorie Taylor Greene, you are so horrible that you are beyond redemption. You're also implicitly saying that to the millions of people who like Marjorie Taylor Greene. And a lot of those people can be changed. As an optical strategy, it's always best to default to the problem is the ideas, not the people who hold them fundamentally. There's no such thing as a permanent... We have to believe in rehabilitation. Nice.
Started a Twitch channel because I was thinking, hey, this would be a good way to help rope more people into yelling at each other on Discord.
Based.
And it's been kind of successful. Like, I was surprised. But, first thing, I just got to ask you, I haven't actually figured this out.
Uh-huh.
How did your charity stream get negative attention? I heard someone smeared it.
Oh, well, I mean, there were, like, right-wing Zionist types who smeared it, of course, because they were saying the money was going to Hamas, and then there are people who just generally don't like me. Altogether, though, I really can't complain. The overall reception was pretty positive. You know, I feel really good about how it all went. Yeah,
what was it, 294,000?
Yeah, thereabouts. And the the donation is being sent right now. My bank really didn't like me suddenly moving that much money around, you know? My bank, yeah, they saw me venting. They called sus, so I had to call a couple times and work things out. But it seems like everything's worked out and the money's on its way. So I'm looking forward to the receipt getting posted so that people can stop saying that I'm, like, running off to Aruba with all the money.
Well, I mean, you know, congrats on that. I don't think anyone should have gripes or complaints about money being given to help Palestinian children.
Hopefully, you'd think that'd be ideal, right? If we could find that common ground at least. But you know, it's some people with some wacky opinions out there.
But yeah, again, congrats on that. So, on the off chance anyone doesn't know, we're here with Vosh, Twitch streamer extraordinaire. I think pretty much all you guys know him now. If you don't, you must be new to Debate Discord. So, let's see. Let's get to the questions then.
Absolutely, hit me up. It's been a while since I've done an AMA. I feel replete with answers.
So, first one, I'm curious. We've got that debate coming up next Saturday. How do you prepare for a debate? Do you typically just wing it? Do you actually, you know, look into the other side?
I mean, it really depends on who I'm debating. Who am I debating next? You're gonna have to have a couple of balls in the air right now. Help me out.
You're on Brooke?
Yes. With people like that, obviously, I think it's prescient to look at like their past history with debates and the ways in which they tend to argue their points. For the most part, though, with debates, I try to not do too much of that. One of the big, I guess, one of the premises I really like to defend is the idea that if you're on the left, for the most part, the arguments you're going to be facing are so bad that you don't actually need to prepare to step up against them. You don't need to have some, like, crazy in-depth understanding of the subject. Usually just a basic understanding of the subject, as long as, like, a handy internal archive of the ways in which people will dick you about during debates. That's usually enough, I think, to get you through most disagreements with the right. So that's what I try to land on. Obviously, it varies depending on the person I'm talking to. If I'm speaking to, like, an economist, for example, even if they're right-wing, I have to be careful because that stuff gets pretty complicated.
Right, that's kind of like if you're debating a communist, you just read the Communist Manifesto, right?
Yeah, exactly, and you instantly notice, hey, Karl Marx, when he said right here that the proletariat are all nicer people than the bourgeois, that's not necessarily true. Communism debunked.
Debunked. All right, next question we've got here from Quit That Stalin. What are your thoughts on revolutions such as in Rojava?
I think that, I mean, I'm a pragmatist in this respect. Unfortunately, the problem is that as time goes on, revolutions become less and less politically viable, for a couple of reasons. First of all, people's lives are more comfortable, which means they're less likely to be willing to risk death to achieve a different political system. Like, take America, for example. Even poor people in America have pretty stable lives compared to what people lived 300 years ago. Significantly more stable. So that disinclines people from that kind of participation. Additionally, militaries have grown stronger and more centralized, more difficult to deal with civilian armaments. So, in many ways, revolutions are much less practical. In instances where revolutionary activity can be conducted in ways that actually benefit the population, make people's lives better, and it's a, you know, promising potential, I don't have anything necessarily against them. I just think that lefties tend to idealize the aesthetic of revolution, even if it's, like, super impractical, which can be counterproductive, you know?
Next question. Why does everyone call you Vaush?
I don't know, but it's kind of funny, right? Let's keep it that way, okay? I still don't know how that started, but I like it, so let's not mess with it.
Shadow Wolf wants to know, what do you think about Australia?
I actually visited Australia back when I was 13. My parents had some family friends over there. I wouldn't believe it existed were it not for, you know, the time that I actually went there. It's devastatingly hot. I mean, disgustingly hot over there. And all the cicadas and the horse flies and the spiders. Folks are nice, though. Food's disgusting. I mean, arguably worse than British food. And that's a tough act to follow.
Tan wants to know, is the U.S. the greatest country in the world?
No, the U.S. is not the greatest country in the world.
Well, then what?
I think it's kind of a false premise. If you're trying to describe, like, the worth of human civilization through statehood, I think you've already kind of missed the point. There's also no holistic way to describe the worth of a country. I mean, what are you really measuring? America's the wealthiest country on Earth. We have that going for us. That's certainly impressive, but I don't know if that's necessarily the metric for something being the greatest. I don't know what the greatest man or woman to have ever lived would be either. It's sort of a flawed question.
All right. Next question's from Karma Reaper. They ask, Vosh, why does the online left hate you so much?
You can trace it back to a couple of things. There are actually a few distinct points of contention that led to this point. Most of the hate that I get from the online left, I'm pretty sure, is because of me being anti-Bernie or bust. That was the big turning point. Before that, the people who disliked me, it was mostly like the, like, not to be dismissive, but like the Tumblr-type people, you know, like the sensitive lefties. Love them or hate them, it was mostly those people. But after I went really hard on the Bernie or bust arc, it seems like the hatred comes from all sides now. So, you know, I think that's probably the main thing.
Next question's from Barn Owl. In your view, is there a difference between inaction and action? For example, if I did not help a person who was drowning, is that different from pushing someone into the water?
Yeah, it absolutely is. And I think, I mean, what we're really talking about here is obligatory versus supererogatory ethics. It's not just what must one do, it's what should a person do that they mustn't do. Utilitarianism doesn't really distinguish between the two. In practice, I think the more helpful question is, how can you encourage people to act their best? What are the lines you should set for people to encourage them to be their best selves? And the line, you should not push people to their death, I think that's a pretty easy one. It's a very clear line, easy to follow, easy to punish people if they don't obey. But to what extent should people sacrifice themselves to help others? That's a tough one. So, say you can quickly jump into like a river and save a drowning child with no risk to yourself. Is it wrong to not do that? I'd say so, sure. But what if it only cost you $25 to donate to some charity and save the life of some kid in Africa? Well, that's also pretty easy to do, actually. In fact, depending on how expensive the clothes you're wearing are, it might actually be cheaper to do that than to jump into a river. Is it essentially allowing a person to be murdered to not do that in the way that it would be if you just let a kid drown in the river and didn't do anything? I don't know the answer to those questions. All I know is that there's probably social utility to treating the act of murder directly differently than we treat people's indifference towards saving life. There's probably some benefit to distinguishing those behaviors.
So, just going a little further on that, what are your thoughts on the idea of a moral duty? Do people ever have a moral duty to do anything?
Yeah, I have to believe that, right? I'd be a pretty bad utilitarian otherwise. But I think, like, I don't think there's an objective moral duty or responsibility. I just think that it's important to set them because they're a good way of mandating ethical human behavior. I don't know if there's written into, like, the fabric of the universe, if there's, like, the ideal amount any individual human should do to make other people's lives better. I don't know if that exists. But I think that if we arrive at some arbitrary social determinations, you know, make some inferences, make some guesses, we can probably get good behavior out of people. Better than we could if we said, no, there's no responsibility to your fellow man at all. Anything past that, we're well past my understanding of normative ethics. We're already at the absolute limit of that, you know?
All right, next question's from Musty. He writes, if I remember correctly, you are a huge fan of democracy, but isn't democracy mob rule? To bring up an old quote, democracy is two wolves and a sheep deciding what's for lunch.
I mean, so this could be a fascist critique or an anarchist critique, kind of. Authoritarians will say stuff like this to say, like, hey, you know, democracy and authoritarianism, we're not so different. It's really just about who you're putting in charge of who else. And anarchists will say that Even democracy is a form of authoritarianism because you're ultimately, you're just choosing who to put in charge of you. I don't think that democracy is just mob rule. I don't think that's the case. I think that democracy is functionally the best opportunity we have to ensure people's individual freedom from authority, because it gives people the greatest degree of control that they can possibly have over anything even remotely resembling civilized society. If you get past that and you go down to like, every man individual autonomy no matter what type dealio, you start running into issues with positive freedom. Maybe nobody's enacting control on you, but how much power do you have to live the life you want to live if you don't live in a system with a government that's capable of mandating the behavior of millions of people? Could you, for example, have laws outlawing murder? Could you have laws outlawing rape? Are you really free in the absence of those laws? Maybe there's no government controlling you, but anyone could at any point in time come up and rob you of everything with no recourse or prevention. That's not real freedom. I guess the real answer is that there's no way to secure absolute freedom. It's not even a real thing. Positive and negative freedoms trade off with one another, and it's just about finding a balance that maximizes them.
Another question from Musty. How would your system, market socialism, address the economic calculation problem?
Oh, it doesn't. It doesn't fix that problem. You would need... the market socialism would be the transitionary step to arrive at better solutions in the future. The goal of market socialism would essentially be to secure a workers' state, or a proletarian state, as you would, ensuring the elimination of the bourgeois as an economic class, because there is no one who singly owns the means of production. I think that environment would allow us a better vantage point from which to address things like the economic calculation problem.
All right. Cthulhu wants to know, what is the biggest obstacle for leftists in the current political climate?
God. I have so many always online answers I want to say, Like, the biggest obstacle is that we... Oh, God, I just lost my... Oh, no. Oh, the biggest obstacle is that we've forgotten how to speak to the common man or something like that. I don't... I think the biggest obstacle to leftists is that a lot of leftists have given up on trying to move liberals over. And I think that's a big problem. A lot of lefties forget, like, there's power in numbers, right? How many people in America are actual socialists? What? 1% might be charitable there. I'd be surprised if it was that many. Maybe you have a lot of, like, Sokdams, but real socialists? No. You need numbers. But a lot of leftists get caught up in these highly insular communities. So that's something we need to work on.
All right, so I know this is playing off a meme, but Pure Ideology asks, what are your thoughts on the idea that socialism comes into contradiction with human nature?
This is usually, like, followed up with some, like, humans are naturally greedy line. I think that this stems from a fundamental misunderstanding of how governments and societies in general operate. Building a functional society, government, economy, whatever, is all about incentive structures, okay? I don't think that humans are inherently good or bad. I think that humans are bricks of clay, very malleable ones, and we'll do what we need to survive. Or at least, we'll do what we need to meet the biological functions that we were evolved to need to handle, the biggest of which is survival. Social acclimation also being a pretty big one. And the problem is, capitalism doesn't do this for a lot of people. If you take a hard look at how the economy works right now, do you really think that this economy is structured in a way to maximize the incentive structure for the average worker? No, it's not. The average worker doesn't take any proceeds from the business they work for. They're not really incentivized to work harder, to put that much effort in, to care about their environment or their surroundings, because everything is oriented against that. It's a hard, cruel, uncalculating machine in which they're just a part. So I don't think this incentivizes spectacular behavior from them at all. Now, take a worker cooperative. You put in hard work, you make the business do better, you directly see the results. That's human incentive right there. That gets people working. I think that the human nature argument is one that socialists have always had the upper hand on. It's just a matter of using it properly.
Nanomator wants to know, do you believe the Gulf War was justified?
Showing my age a little bit here, but I don't know that much about the Gulf War, since it took place before my time and people don't talk about it that much. Gonna take a wild guess, though, just, you know, off the cuff and say, probably not, you know? That's just a complete guess, but I have a feeling that it probably wasn't.
Question from Hal. How does it make you feel when people tell you to cut contact with friends of yours, such as, for example, Shu?
I understand where the desire comes from to an extent, because there is a problem online with people who will purport to believe certain things, but then they'll go and hang out with people with harmful views that contradict those values. That does happen a lot. I don't really think that's applicable in this case, because I've had multiple public disagreements with Shu, and I mean, I talk with her privately if we disagree on something. So I think it's kind of misguided, and I think it comes down to, like, I think it comes down to parasocial bullshit, fundamentally. I think a lot of people, like, want to believe that I'm, like, you know, the super cool guy they can trust, but if they don't like Shu, then that's a threat to their relationship with me, you know, in a sort of indirect patronage type way. It's very, very frustrating. But it's totally okay if people don't like Shu on Head. Though so many criticisms against her are so inaccurate. There are so many better things to criticize her on than the things that people like land on. The like grifter, reactionary type thing. These are very insubstantial criticisms. I think the easiest criticisms, honestly, is the main one, really, is just that Shu likes being able to goof and pal around with the people in her community, and if the left gets a little bit too morally puritanical for her, she'll, like, drop good optical progressivism in favor of trashing those people pretty easily. And sometimes that can have, like, a blowback that leads to her, like, at least optically adopting some reactionary positions. I don't think that makes her a reactionary. I just wish people criticized her for the things she actually does wrong, you know?
All right. Let's see. Nanimator wants to know, how should slurs be treated in society?
Probably shouldn't say them, right? Tactically or otherwise. Think of it as a manners thing, more so than anything else, you know? Manners are important because they're a way of showing people around you that you're capable of adhering to social demands, even if they're arbitrary. So, say, putting your elbows up on the table. Now, when you're around friends, do you need to do this? Keep the elbows off the table? Probably not, no. But if you're in good company, you try to. Why? What does it mean? Well, all it really means is that you can follow instructions, but it's important to be able to show people you can do that, because if you can't follow good manners, you're probably also going to act in a socially deviant way in other respects. I'll give you another example. This is perhaps a better one, okay? You know what? A lot of what people call creepy behavior really is just basic manners. Not leering at women on public transit, for example. Not making comments about their body. Now, these things aren't directly harmful in the sense that you can, like, measure empirical harm from them, apart from perhaps discomfort in some instances. But it's important when people engage in that behavior to take note and to caution against it. Because if a guy can't stop from leering at a woman on public transit, he probably also lacks the self-control to do worse things. Manners are a litmus test we use to determine whether or not people are safe to be around, if that makes sense. And it works with the slurs, too. Does saying a slur inherently mean you're racist or whatever? No, I don't think so. But if you insist on saying them, and you don't acquiesce to other people's requests to not say them, that's pretty indicative of some other biases you might have. And that's why I think it's important.
Astro2998 wants to know, is Christianity a true religion?
I mean, it meets the definition of a religion, no? I suppose by that metric. Yeah, so I suppose by that metric, sure. If you were asking me if I believe it's the mythological premises are true, then no, I don't believe that, but I don't know. There's some, like, really cool churches, right? That stuff's cool.
You guys heard it here from Vosh. Christianity is the true religion.
Well, hold on. There are plenty of really cool synagogues and mosques and temples and what have you. There's a lot of cool stuff all over the place. We're not excluding. You know, there was actually a synagogue in the neighborhood that I grew up on that my parents would take us to sometimes because they had a beautiful, beautiful garden. When we were little kids, we'd run around, you know? And they had, like, you know, like flowers and a little swing set and stuff. I remember that being a very, very nice building.
Astro also wants to know, what is your opinion on religion generally? Do you think that it's a positive influence in society overall?
No, I think it's pretty negative. But people are free to practice whatever, religious tendencies they like. No good is going to come out of forcing people not to be religious. Absolutely no good is going to come of that. People care very deeply about their religious convictions. And who could blame them? What with the punishment that's been meted out for those who don't. I don't think much of religion personally, and I think that on a philosophical level it can lead people down some really bad roads, but if it makes people happy to worship a god or to believe in it, then I'm not really in a position to tell them otherwise. Also, how could I convince them? Not very empirical, right?
Next question's from Wyatt Earp. What is your view on land value taxation in Georgism?
From what I've read in it, it seems like land value tax and a lot of the principles behind Georgism are pretty based. I think I would generally support that. Yeah, one of the biggest problems we have infrastructurally in this country, and I guess in the world, is that we do not treat land with an appropriate evaluation of its real value. We are incredibly trivial with land value assessment when it's convenient to us or when it's convenient to say NIMBYs, and very harsh otherwise. It's very, very frustrating, I think, on a policy level.
Have your views over time changed on what should be considered pornography and what should be prohibited?
What should be prohibited? Well, I don't think any pornography should be prohibited unless it violates the law, right? I guess that's self-referential. Right. I mean, I think that right now our obscenity laws in the United States are fine. Obviously, stuff like child pornography should be banned. I think zoophilia should be banned. That's the only thing I can... Are there any other, major ones? I think that, doesn't incest pornography flag obscenity laws? That's why all the porn companies, they say stepsister, stepmother, stepfather, stepbrother. It's because incest can flag obscenity laws, but step incest doesn't? That seems a little arbitrary. It's always the same thing. They just say, oh, stepbrother, I'm stuck in this washing machine. It's the same thing, really. But no, I think with regards to the legality of things, I think I'm fine with how things are now.
Okay. So I guess just to... Well, you in the past have made some some statements on child pornography that were considered contentious. Have your views on that changed?
Well, the fundamental view that I was making was that child slavery is really bad. So my view on that has remained remarkably consistent. In terms of the ridiculous debate bro ways that I express that argument, challenging people to try to argue otherwise, yes, I'd say that my method of arguing that point has changed significantly. I probably should. Not the most effective way of arguing against child slave. But hey, I guess if anything else, the premise is solid because given how people react to that take, it seems like they should really also be opposed to child slavery too, right? Yeah, I would hope.
You would hope, yeah. So, next question we've got here is from Red. Do you think we'll see a significant democratic reform from China in the next 50 years?
In the next 50, that's a tough one. That depends on whether or not... Oh, God, I have no time to get up here. Holy crap. That depends on whether or not they backslide into fascism as hard as I have a feeling they're going to. You're already seeing it happening. The Chinese government is very popular with its citizenry, in large part because they've secured some massive economic gains. But the economic growth is already starting to slow down, significantly. And there's a lot of cultural ennui developing. China's going to face the same demographic problems, say, America or Germany or Japan have, where you have rising unemployment as automation means that more work's able to be done by fewer and fewer people. The service industry takes over, et cetera, et cetera. All these economic problems are going to happen there too. I think the Chinese government knows this, which is why they've been leaning into a lot of fascistic tendencies lately. If you take a look at some of the rhetoric from the government, and some of this, by the way, is expressly stated in documents that you can get from the CCP, they have been essentially undoing the Cultural Revolution. If you remember back in the 1950s, Mao, he did his Cultural Revolution, basically deleted hundreds, thousands of years of Chinese cultural history because, our people, 1960s, not 50s, my bad. People looking forward, as a society, we need to move past the autocrats, monarchs of the past, the emperors, so on and so forth. And the modern Chinese government is undoing that, They're starting to go back to the, venerate your people, venerate your history. There was recently a Chinese military ad which showed, old Three Kingdoms era Chinese warriors, with, the padded armor and spears. Defend your homeland, reclaim your honor and glory, that kind of stuff. That's really, really weird. Can you imagine if, for example, Germany started putting out military ads, and the military ads weren't of, modern military, it was, of Nordic or, Aryan barbarian warriors, all blue-eyed and blonde-haired, lining up, and it's, defend your people, defend the homeland. That's some pretty weird stuff, I think China's going to backslide hard into fascist autocracy soon. Maybe after that we can get democracy. How cool would that be, huh?
Do you think a Western democracy is preferable to what we've seen in China, either under Mao or currently?
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, 100%, yeah. No, I would, yeah. Western Europe, America, these are generally better places to live than, those experiments, 100%. I'm not exactly a big believer in those old socialist projects. What do you call them? State capitalism, proto-fascism, whatever. I don't think these were wonderful places to live. There are some lessons we could take from them, but for the most part, no, I'd rather live here. So, by the way, would many of the people who lived in those countries. Hence the Berlin Wall. We knew where the outflow was coming.
Next question's from Conquistador. They write that to their knowledge... I'm sorry, the question is to your knowledge, Vosh. What differentiates class conflict with historical materialism?
What differentiates class conflict with historical materialism? Isn't historical materialism the history of class conflict? Because as I understand it, historical materialism is the idea that the material dialectic, the resolution of antagonism between different classes, is the defining, driver in historical development. So class conflict and historical materialism would be, overlapping concepts there, I think.
So there's a good chance I'm also gonna get this wrong, but
I might have misheard. Would you mind speaking it one more time? I just want to make sure.
Yeah, no, you heard the question right. What differentiates class conflict with historical materialism? So I may well be wrong, but I thought that historical materialism was the idea that history, people's social conditions, etc., are determined by their material conditions.
Yeah, but wouldn't class conflict be the be the glue that binds that together? Since class conflict is generally decided to be the determiner of the material conditions of the people throughout history.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, like class conflict defines what the life of a proletarian or a member of the bourgeois is today. So class conflict would be the tone setter. I mean, they're not the same concept, I guess. They just overlap heavily. They're important. Each needs to be understood to understand the former, I think.
Okay. Maybe I understand neither.
No, I mean, I don't see how it's possible. That's just my understanding. I'm certainly no paleo-Marxist.
All right. NPC asks, are you going to debate... are you going to do more socialism debates as opposed to market socialism?
You mean like debating people in favor of the socialist position? I think that market socialism is social. I assume you mean like a planned economy or the complete decommodification of industry. that's not something that I like to engage in too much because it feels like we need to do a lot of legwork first in convincing people of the premises of economic democracy. I feel like that's the next big step that we really need to be concerned with. A lot of people want to skip those points and just go straight to arguing like hard economics. And I don't know if that convinces anyone. Like, when you're talking with a rando, do people really get convinced by economic arguments? I don't know if that really ever happens. People's understanding of the economy is so limited that even if you present them an argument that's relatively simple, I feel like you could talk to a random guy and they'd be like, oh, okay. Yeah, falling rate of profit. Oh, okay, yeah. Like, this is stuff that appeals, I think, pretty exclusively to policy wonks and contrarians online. In terms of convincing people, not in terms of the actual subject material. I'm more interested in the sociological question. To convince people to care about economic democracy. Why is it moral that workers should be able to determine, you know, the conditions of their workplace? That's what I care about most. And I think it relates to people a little more. It's easier for people to, you know, hear that, apply it to their lives.
So we actually, in a podcast we discussed recently, we talked a little bit about unions, and I think for most people in the room, the sticking point was whether or not working at a certain workplace should be required, I guess, if they already have a union there, if they should be able to require union membership in order to work there. Mm-hmm. Which I guess goes into right to work laws. So I feel I know the answer, but what are your thoughts on right to work laws?
I'm not a big fan. I mean, I could explain why, but I feel like you could hear the same arguments against right to work laws from me as you could from literally anyone else left-leaning in this country. They're just not good. It's just, it's not good, folks. It's a bad deal. So, hopefully... by the way, that's another thing that's tough to argue on with people, right? Like, getting people to understand the problem with right to work laws. It's not too complicated. I just feel like it's a little more abstract than most people are conditioned to care about. It's also the name, by the way. The right to work. Like, it sounds very uplifting, you know?
So one of the things that I found interesting about it seems like there's a direct conflict between what feels right gutturally for most people and achieving the right outcome. So, like, you know, if we, you know, have more people in unions, that's better working conditions for workers, etc. But then a lot of people, regardless of whether or not you think this is true, a lot of people would say that, like, you know, it doesn't feel right that we require a worker to join one. How important is it, like, just like kind of thing about what feels right versus achieving an outcome?
Well, I mean, it really plays into, like, the American individual exceptionalism bias we all have, right? Hyper-individualism, like, working together as a group is a sign of personal weakness, that bullshit. The thing is, like, and again, I hope this doesn't come across as too trite or obvious for all my happy communists in chat, but, you know, the bourgeois act as a class. Very wealthy people know what their class interest is. It is not a mystery to them. They do not spend their lives thinking, I'm a unique individual with no bias towards the general interest of the wealthy. That's why they are so in lockstep when it comes to advocating for positions that benefit them economically. It's the proletariat that are divided on this because we don't know how to work together. We're taught not to work together. Whereas they go to all the same, you know, dinner parties and all the same Epstein Island get-togethers. They know they work together. They know how this works. With the right to work laws, and with unions in general, people need to understand that deliberately withholding your ability to participate in a union makes about as much sense as signing a waiver that denies you your right to vote in an election in the future. An utterly obscene rejection of your most fundamental and inalienable rights taken away from you for scant or non-existent benefits. Do you have to pay union dues? Sure, you have to pay union dues. But people who work in unions make more money than people who don't. So much more, in fact, that it covers the union dues several times over in almost every case. So why would people not advocate for this? Well, I mean, false consciousness. They don't like the idea of unions becoming popular because they've been taught that we should promote values like autonomy and independence and self-reliance to the exclusion of solidarity. And I suppose it makes them feel, very special when they succeed on their own individual merits. But that's not how human civilization works. Humans do wonderful things collectively, and we always have. So it's just a mindset shift. That's why they got away with such an obscene name as a right-to-work law, That's why they were able to get away with naming it that. Because of all the biases we already have crammed inside of us.
Alex wants you to drop a quick note. Thanks, Vosh, on starting or congrats, Vosh, on starting the Kink at Pride Twitter discourse.
Oh, wonderful.
Was that you that started that?
I didn't start it, but I feel like I was the largest figure. I went trending alongside the term. It was an absolute waste of time, and I encouraged 0 people to familiarize themselves with the tenets of that awful discourse.
Orc wants to know, does pineapple belong on pizza?
I admit to my bias here. Having naturally delicious cum, I've never actually liked or really enjoyed pineapple that much, so I don't really like pineapple on anything. You'll have to take my biases as they are.
Let's see. Question from Zeros. Do you think rule utilitarianism can exist under act utilitarianism?
I think that rule utilitarianism is a subset of act utilitarianism, no? I had this explained to me by, I think, a doctorate in philosophy who came on to chat with me one time while I was playing Resident Evil 2. Essentially, the rule that you normalize through an act is a component of the act. So really, rule and act utilitarianism aren't different, they're the same thing. What you could argue is that people who refer to act utilitarianism as only meaning the specific consequences to that one act outside any broader context, they're not act utilitarians, they're just morons. No one would actually say, like, yes, my ethical system doesn't account for the consequences of my behavior outside the direct engagements that immediately follow that behavior. So I just go with utilitarian now. But some people say rule utilitarian is more clear, so I don't know. I hate language.
Next question is from Smelly. Will you run for public office?
God, no. Absolutely not. Never. Not in a million years.
Next question is from Mango. Sorry. How are you going to avoid the mistakes that Destiny made with his canvassing efforts for your canvassing?
Well, the mistake that Destiny made there, being a hated e-boy, as I am, is directly associating with the candidate. I have no such intentions. I will never speak to the candidate that I am canvassing for. I will never speak to them. They will never know my name. They will never hear about me. And because of that, because of a lack of direct connection, nobody can attack my candidate for me canvassing for them. It also helps to go and support bigger candidates. If you're canvassing for a senator, for example, you can't really cancel a senator over that. Like, senator, in one city in the state, there's a YouTuber, they're not a good YouTuber and they like you. Like, no, of course not. Very difficult, to cancel somebody over something that trivial,
Right. So next question is from Reluctantly. What do you think about abolishing the police?
So, as I understood it initially, this was my initial understanding of the subject, I thought that abolish the police was like a broader call for addressing the institutional problems with the police. Like, by abolish the police, we don't literally mean delete the institutions, we mean, like, we need to make it so that the job of the police is done by different agencies, lessen their power, weaken them, so on and so forth. If we actually mean just get rid of the police, like, up front, this is a very white thing to say. And a very, very Caucasian argument. No, of course not. We do need police right now. We can work to bolster the systems that the police fulfill right now with other institutions. We can defund the police, we can reform, we can address the criminal justice system, but we do need police in some, in some faculties.
So this next question is my own, and I understand it may sound dumb, but there's actually, I think, a lot to unpack in this.
I'm ready.
How do you tell if something is racist. Kind of like the differentiation, like, does it have to have some malintent? Can a disparate effect itself be proof of racism?
I don't think that intent necessarily has to factor into whether or not something is racist. First and foremost, I think what people need to understand is that if I say, like, let's say we're talking my channel. If I say something is racist or somebody did a racist thing, I am not making some hardcore direct moral judgment that they need to answer for, and like that upon pain of death, okay? I do not believe that. The thing is, we live in a society that is very biased in very many ways, and an inevitable product of living with those biases and growing up with them is that we're going to internalize some of them, and that's going to make us occasionally act out on those biases. That's just part of life. That's not something only bad people do. It's not about the worth of the people. It's just about amending bad behavior if possible. So how do you tell if something is racist? Well, the first thing we need to do is stop being so sensitive about it. And I don't mean like black or brown people need to be less sensitive about racism. I mean white people need to be less sensitive about being called out on racism. Because that's where the real sensitivity is, you know? I think it's okay to be a little bit sensitive about an issue if it's like severely affecting your lives and your families and what have you. But some people freak out so hard when something is pointed out to be racially biased. And it's like, why? Why can't we just have this conversation? You know? I'm sorry, I didn't answer the question at all, did I? How do you determine if something is racist? I think you need to analyze the thing that is taking place and determine whether or not it's facilitating or enabling social norms that contribute to racial bias. And that could be the case whether it's institutionally racist or just interpersonally racist, okay? I still think it's racist for black people to be, like, call white people cracker and be super shitty to them. I still think that's racist and bad. Not as necessarily socially destructive as, like, white on black racism, because there's not a huge social bias behind it that's bolstered, but I still think it's bad.
Okay. Some people say things like racism is power plus prejudice. Is there a kind of shorthand for what you're trying to describe here?
No, because that sentiment is super cringe. Basically, that sentiment, that argument, was essentially... Oh god, I'm coming down hard on this one. I feel like the only reason people say that is because they wanted to be able to say that white people can't be victims of racism, which is super cringe to me. Yeah, white people can. There are plenty of white people that exist that have been bullied or discriminated against because of their race. Now, is it even comparable? I mean, is it even close to racism against black or brown or Asian or indigenous people? No, of course not. Not even close. But it happens. Why not just say that there's interpersonal racism and institutional racism? And interpersonal racism is prejudice along racial lines that's done between people, and that's what white people and black and brown people can all experience. And then there's institutional racism, which has to be backed by social norms, and that's something white people don't really experience. That's probably the easiest way to say it, right?
A mouthful, but it makes sense.
Okay, everyone can be the victim of interpersonal racism. Systemic racism is something that generally only affects minorities. There we go.
Yeah, that makes sense. Next question we have here is from Pointlesso. What is Vosh's opinion about the, quote, re-education camps, end quote, in China? I'm
a very outspoken critic of the Chinese Communist Party and of the genocide taking place against the Uyghur Muslim people.
Nanometer wants to know, what are your views on Castro and Che in Cuba?
They did more good than your average faux communist, like, state capitalist revolutionary, you know? I mean, they're not like Stalin tier. I feel like a lot of people criticize them and throw them all together in the same boat, like Mao and stuff. Castro did a lot of really bad stuff, you know, treatment of gay people, etc., etc. Che Guevara was more defensible, but sometimes he carried his imperialism off the island, and that's not very good. Yeah, I don't know. It's tough to say. There is a lot of credit that people should give Cuba, considering how tenacious it's been in the face of some unbelievable economic hardship. I think that speaks to some strengths of its governments, the kind of strengths that you wouldn't expect from a government under that degree of institutional pressure. So that's good. I haven't really done a full research stream on the stuff they've done before. I imagine that if I did, I would probably say they did a ton of cringe, and some of that cringe was probably an expected reaction given the problems they had to face. You know?
All right. So next question, what do you think of when you hear the phrase "support the troops"? Is this a problematic phrase?
Oh God, yes. Support the troops means support the military-industrial complex. Nobody actually means support the troops. If people actually meant support the troops, then the support the troops line would be thrown out alongside things like fund the Veteran Affairs Office, give them better health care, lessen veteran suicide rates, pull people out of military zones so they stop killing themselves out of PTSD. But they never talk about that. That would be supporting the troops. Instead, support the troops means uncritically defend every military engagement America forces its troops to engage in. And that's not supporting the troops. That's just supporting the states, which, no. Not today.
All right, next question is from Paifu. They write, I heard Vosh say he is for a transitional state. Is he for a state after the revolution?
Well, communism, Karl Marx didn't really distinguish between communism and socialism. Socialism was just lower form communism, really. The state takes a while to wither away. It's not something that can happen immediately. I don't believe so, at least. So a state would exist until a state no longer needs to exist, right? And I imagine that even if that state existed in this transitional period, which I believe most people agree kind of needs to happen in some way or another, that state would be run a hell of a lot more ethically than the one we live in today. That'd be the goal, I imagine.
All right, let's see. So when talking about, socialism and capitalism and which we should advocate for, does your answer to what we should advocate for change based on the material conditions of the country? For example, should we be advocating for market socialism in a third world country versus a first world country?
The conditions definitely change depending on the material conditions of the country that you're advocating for activity in. The stuff, for example, that America would need to do to move towards socialism is super different than the stuff that, say, Vietnam would need to do, or that, I don't know, South Korea would need to do, or whatever. I think that market socialism in general is a pretty effective midpoint to this because it addresses one half of the premises of socialism. You don't have decommodification, but you do have, the workers' state bit. And that's cool. That's something I'm in favor of. But the way you get there will differ from country to country.
Question from Tan, is taxation theft?
No. First of all, theft is a legal term. So the term is taxation theft is kind of self-answering. No, it's not. Theft is a legal term. It's clearly not, because it's not illegal. What the real question is taxation an unethical redistribution of wealth? To which my answer would be no. I think that taxes are the price that we have to pay to live in a civilized society. No getting around it. And that we should all be proud that we have the opportunity to pay our taxes because, well, actually, I'm speaking a little bit idealistically here. If we lived in a country that gave a shit about its people, I would believe this. Ideally, we should all be proud to pay our taxes because those taxes can be put towards greater works projects that help people in ways that the atomization of achievement and wealth distribution could never, ever, ever do. There's no way to design an economy that provides fair outcomes for everyone without some kind of redistributive system. Luck just plays way too much of a hand in people's ability to succeed. Like, for God's sake, if we take, just say, a market economy, just regular old capitalism, you can have two artists of equal skill and equal drive, one of whom becomes wealthy because they land a job, and the other one who doesn't. Because what? It could be anything. Maybe they were born in a different city. Is that fair? That two people of equal talent, skill, merit, that one of them should starve and the other should live comfortably just because of, what, circumstance? No, ridiculous. Obviously, that's not fair. And fairness should be the goal here. I mean, fairness is really just another word for ethical outcomes, isn't it? So we want a system that redistributes opportunity and wealth, tries to pair things out as much as possible, so we really are measuring merit, so more than luck.
All right, let's see. Next question here is from Durkasium. What is your view on anarcho-capitalism?
I'd say it's pretty cringe. Give it a solid 9.5 out of 10 on the cringeometer. I mean, the state is necessary to manage contracts between, or at least some kind of government is necessary to manage contracts between citizens and corporations. In the absence of a state or a government to do this, like, what power do you defer to? It really just turns into feudalism again. Possibly even worse than feudalism, actually. Because at least under feudalism, there was some kind of central government that benefited from the general well-being of the population. The monarchy. Generally speaking, as a king or a queen or what have you, you did benefit from having a prosperous population because it means they would pay more in their doles and taxes. But with a corporation, they're responsible only for their customers. So, in a way, you would actually produce a worse incentive structure than what you had under feudalism, you know? Which is pretty bad.
All right, so most of us would probably agree that, I hope at least, that the swastika is a bad symbol and people should not use it in public.
I'm glad we agree on
that. Do you feel that the hammer and sickle is also problematic?
Well, while I don't like the Soviet Union, and I think the Soviet Union was fascistic in its own way, though not in the same way. It was still fascistic. I don't think so, no. Because the symbols you wear are a message that you're expressing to the world around you. And when people wear the swastika, there's one basic message they're trying to promote. I want ethnic cleansing. That's basically it, you know. Dress it up however you want. That's what it means if you're wearing a swastika in public. That's the message you're trying to send. With a hammer and sickle, though, that's not the case. Even if the government, repped by the hammer and sickle, was very, very bad, I'd be willing to bet the vast majority of people who fly those colors in public are just using it as a generic symbol for communism. Communism, of course, being the ideological antithesis of autocracy, ethnic cleansing, and everything else the Nazis represented. So, are the governments both bad? Sure, sure. But in terms of the message people are trying to send, I think they are diametrically opposite. Now, of course, if a person's running around with a hammer and sickle, screaming like, you know, we need to gulag the gays, etc., then okay, well, hats off to them, you know. They're being quite upfront with that. Criticize them however you want, but the intent matters with this.
All right, Asper97 wants to know, what do you think of the Final Fantasy series, particularly Final Fantasy VII and the remake?
I don't like Final Fantasy. I'm sorry. I think those games are all dumb as shit. And I hate turn-based combat. I'm really, really sorry. I want to be a better man for you, but I can't. I just don't like Final Fantasy games. I also think that, like, man, they really have failed to innovate on turn-based combat, haven't they? I know it was, what, Final Fantasy 15 that didn't have it, and 14 was a MMORPG, but, like, the baseline stuff is just not my cup of tea.
All right, Bad Taco wants to know, what is your opinion on apologetics for religious questions such as existence of God, morality of God, etc.?
Apologetics? Apologetics?
Yeah, it's called apologetics. Like, I mean, I guess as I understand it, in olden days, to apologize was to kind of like give explanation. So it's people advocating for religion.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know if there was some other term here that I wasn't familiar with. You mean, like, if a person's giving apologetics for, like, the epistemological reasoning of religion, or a person giving apologetics for the actions of the state? Or like, an institutionalized body, like the church?
Yeah, he's asking just on religion, in favor of religion in general.
Oh, I mean, they're pretty dumb. I mean, I've been to church. I've heard arguments from religious people. They're all pretty irrational. There's no getting around that. The vast majority of people who are religious are so because their parents told them to be religious when they were kids. Like, the arguments you're going to hear are generally... They're either going to be, like, God of the Gaps arguments, where science can't explain X, so really God's the only answer. And like shamans were doing that shit 100,000 years ago, so that's nothing new. Or you'll also get like you'll try to appeal to people in their weakest moments. When people are down, like hurt or grieving, it's usually they like look for meaning in their lives that they can't necessarily provide with secular reasoning, so they look elsewhere. I think it's actually a really exploitative way of bringing people onto your ideology. Same as a lot of those like red pill channels that try to appeal to like super lonely, suicidal, cultish, depressed gamer incels or whatever. That stuff really bothers me. So I don't think that's good. There are people who try to make better arguments for religion, but those are the most common ones by far, in my opinion.
Has there ever been an argument for religion that at least gave you pause to actually consider it, that didn't seem facially bad?
Well, there's an online debate bro called Darth Dawkins, who makes an argument that the reason you know God exists is because the Bible provides you the argument for his existence, and the Bible can't lie to you because God would not deny you the righteousness of your sensory perception. And the reason you know that is because the Bible tells you so, and it gets really circular really quickly, and it's basically an exploitation of people who don't understand the necessary preconditions of engaging in epistemological thought. That's a bad argument. Sounds convincing, though, if you haven't heard it before. In terms of the best arguments that you're going to get, honestly, I think the God of the Gaps argument is probably the best one that you're going to get. Hey, before the Big Bang, what was there? Like, how did this happen, you know? Nobody has any explanation. The cosmic background radiation of the universe tells us that there was a grand explosion some 14 billion years ago. Was all matter compressed into a single infinitesimally small point? That's magic. Like, we don't have any explanation for that. That's magic to us. Scientists say they get it, like, in premise, but no, not really. Was there a whole universe before that? Then why do our current models suggest that the universe is accelerating in its expansion? Is everything truly going to end quintillions of years from now with no more, like, matter in the universe interacting with other matter because of entropy? Where do you go from here? There are a lot of fundamental questions about the universe that I think are out of our grasp. We're never going to be able to understand them, at least not with technology I think I can comprehend. And appeals to the mystery there are probably the most convincing arguments you can get for God. I think that's the closest that you can really get. It's not necessarily a good argument, but I think you can razzle and dazzle people, you know?
Right.
Does that make sense?
No, that makes sense. I was just laughing how the only one you brought up was just circular arguments.
Well,
or the only individual, not argument, but yeah.
Oh, yeah, I mean, if there were if there were good logical arguments for religion, then the Enlightenment wouldn't be the turn that started to lead to the spread of agnosticism in the Western world. You know, it's a reason for that.
So generally speaking in the world, we are seeing, I guess it's not really a wave, it's kind of like a trickling tide of people turning away from religion. And it's not unique to one area, it is around the world.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a few places where, oddly enough, it seems to be expanding. There was a poll I saw that was done just a couple of years ago, and in Russia, the number of people associating with the Russian Orthodox Church is over 70% now. What do you make of, I guess, counter movements like that?
Like where places where religiosity is growing more common?
Yes.
Makes sense. Russia's going more overtly fascist, and the Russian Orthodox Church is one of the cultural, like, mainstays of Russian fascism, so it makes sense to me that things would be heading in that direction over there, right? I don't know. Again, people are free to believe what they want. I'm not here to make, like, logical arguments against the existence of God. I doubt I'd be able to convince anyone anyway. It's a pretty personal matter. If people care about it so much that they, want to practice the faith, that's fine. I would rather focus on the policy-based arguments that tend to come from that. If you're religious, that's your problem. If you try to ban abortion, that's my problem. So I'd rather, like, deal with those arguments a little more,
All right. Tan asks, why do you support libertarian socialism even after Catalonia used the labor camps and experienced high inflation?
Because if I allowed the successes and failures of previous governments to dictate my political beliefs, then I would have no political belief. I mean, how can you be a capitalism after the hundreds of millions of people who starved and died in, like, British-controlled India, you know? Like, how can you be an X? How can you be a Y? I think that there are systemic challenges that can be addressed with a lot of forethought and a lot of care and time, and I don't think the problems in Catalonia are, like, essential problems to libertarian socialism. Most of the problems that get ascribed to capitalism or to socialism usually have more to do with authoritarianism than anything. I would argue, though, that socialism, if done correctly, is inherently democratic, and capitalism is inherently undemocratic because of the way of the autocratic organization of its economy. So if we're really looking for anti-authoritarianism here, that's the argument for socialism, in my humble opinion. Also, chat, where do you find Koopa the Quick? I'm looking all over for him, and I don't see him anywhere here. Can I get some help? Sorry, just...
Oompa?
I'm playing Super Mario 64.
Oh, right. Sorry, yeah, Mario.
Top of the mountain? Okay, guess I'll look. Oh, you can continue, I was just asking.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, you can continue, I was just asking.
Hera would like to know, is freedom intrinsically good?
I would argue yes, if for no other reason than because you can have the freedom to limit your options down the road. Freedom is the only way by which you can enact your will, and if your will later becomes, hey, we should probably have less choice in this regard, that's the only way you can really do it. Sometimes humans suffer from choice, you know. Humans don't like it very much when there are 87 options, all of which are equally good, that they have to choose between. They'd rather choose among 5. That's just how people seem to be. Here we go. Thank you. Which is a little bit weird when you think about it. Oh, humans don't like choice, humans don't like freedom? Well, no. Sometimes choices, their availability or their absence, can be beneficial or detrimental. But the freedom to decide how many choices we should have, this is something critical. You know?
So we're about an hour in. As I understand, we're still good for another 30 minutes?
Yeah, certainly.
All right. So, hey, if you guys are enjoying this and you're not somehow familiar with Vosh, please, you can literally just Google VAUSH and it'll come up. Check out his YouTube, check out his Twitch. And if you guys are enjoying this also, if you're new to us, check us out, discord.gg/bluepolitics and newly twitch.tv/bluepolitics. Next question we have here is from Mango. How would you deal with people who try to justify things like homophobia or transphobia using the Bible?
Honestly, it's you're never actually going to be able to sway these people, in my experience. The best thing that you can start doing is using, like, passages from the Quran to start invalidating things they care about. Like, if they, like, once we accept that, if you accept the idea that, like, religious doctrine should decide what political freedoms people have, then alright, it's on, like, Donkey Kong, I guess, and we can just run down a list and go on and on and on and yell at them and scream at them and make a big show out of it. But the people who engage in that behavior don't actually change their mind. That's some, like, grade A bullshit, if you're actually trying to justify things that way. Most religious people have the decency to lie and pretend they have a real reason to dislike gay people, you know? Most of them, they'll be like, the kids, I don't know, it's not healthy, whatever. They'll, like, lie and pretend. In reality, it's because of the religious dogma, but they have the decency. They know that's not a good argument. The people who just go straight to the fundamentalist, my Bible says so, so that's how it's gonna be type deal, those people are beyond help.
Right. This was a debate going around a little while ago. Should people stop using the N-word altogether?
You mean, like, including black people, or are we...
Yes.
I saw this debate. This is a complicated one, okay? So, first of all, I think it's kind of a dumb question because it's not going to happen. It would be like, should people stop murdering? I guess, but does that... it seems like we're sidestepping the actual question here. Not to say that saying the N-word is like murdering somebody, but the real question is, like, to what extent can use of the N-word be justified within society without it causing, like, social harm? Now, I'm of the opinion that a perfect society is one in which there is no racial bias, and therefore there is no language which furthers racial bias, you know? There were probably a bunch of really horrific slurs that Romans used to use against barbarians. Do those words have any meaning now? No. In fact, they've been lost to time. We don't even use them or know what they are anymore. Because it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't it's completely disconnected from people's actual experiences. And that's great. I like that very much. With the N-word, I guess I'm cheating a little bit here by saying we should get rid of racism, which seems equally difficult to immediately propose. No, I don't think that everyone should stop saying it, in large part because the attempt to enforce that kind of behavior would probably lead to the normalization of a bunch of new, worse behaviors. It would lead to substitutes. Like, how are you going to police that in the black community, you know? Like how does that even work? I'm a white guy. If a black guy says, like, the N-word with a soft A near me, should I be like, hey, no, we're all giving up that word, remember? Like, how would that even happen? It just seems like a weirdly utopian project to me, and if we're going to go utopian, we might as well just delete racism anyway.
All right. I mean, I'm behind that. All right, let's see. Direction asks, how do you think we should combat global climate change internationally and nationally, separately?
Jesus Christ. Well... well, there are a couple of obvious ones. Internationally, obviously, we all need to work together to finance green energy and provide political and economic and trade incentives for countries that are willing to meet certain carbon emission reduction goals. Oh god, this level's hard. That's one. For two, we should probably make an effort to punish countries that don't do that. And for three, we should probably invest in the developing world to allow them to better develop their green energy, as opposed to just, like, letting them sort it out domestically. Domestically, there are a number of things we can do. We can promote and prioritize the development of green energy and nuclear energy. We can go even further by redesigning our cities to cut down on individual car use. We can incentivize public transport. We can incentivize work standards that allow people to work from home more often, which cuts down on overall energy usage. We can design homes to emit less heat. We can encourage the use of more eco-friendly building supplies. We can plant more trees. There are so many things we can do. And to an extent, all of these things are already being done. We just need to do them much, much more.
Next question, what do you think about the recent announcement of the new superhero, Iron Dome?
Yes, the Israeli superhero fighting for truth and justice, etc., etc. I think it's a wonderful component to the broader argument leftists make that superheroes are usually used as a cultural stand-in for fascism. You know? A big, strong, mighty individual who represents state hegemony by fighting against the, you know, not institutional problems, but rather the criminal expressions of institutional problems. Wonderful, that. Probably worth a segment, actually, now that I think about it. But yes, not good.
Huh. Like, I haven't actually heard that point before. Like, just offhand, can you give me a few examples that seem to suggest that?
Yeah, sure. So, the problem is that, how do I put this? Superheroes in archetypical media represent the ultimate good. They are perfectly selfless people. Even, like, Marvel heroes who have personal flaws, like Peter Parker, for example, or Miles Morales, are, like, unbelievably kind and generous and giving heroes. And that's good. The problem is that the mythology of the superhero tends to twist the narrative around that kindness and generosity, rather than it being a symbol of people rising up to solve the world's problems. it's usually just an expression of hegemony being personified through a caricature, a masked hero who's meant to be an approachable mascot for the values of this broader society. Take, for example, Batman and Superman and what have you. Do these people, do they go and fight against climate change? Sometimes in the good comics, sure. But historically, most of the time, they fight like bank robbers and supervillains. And the supervillains are themselves often cartoonish depictions of deviancy, of mental illness, of poverty, of violence. But these things don't emerge in and of themselves, they're a product of a flawed society. But very rarely is that flawed society ever actually challenged. In the Superman comics, especially from the 50s, 60s, and 70s, Metropolis is almost a utopia. It's a utopia with boils and blisters, ones that he, Superman, stamps down on. But he doesn't really fix the fundamental issues behind them. Does that make sense? It's a way of moving people's priorities off of the right positions. What is the ultimate good? What do heroes do? Do they fix the fundamental institutional problems with power and control? Well, no. They act like police officers, except stronger and more handsome. This makes sense, right?
So I'm not trying to argue with you, but I'm just not understanding. So I do understand the issue that's being raised here with the superheroes, right? So like Batman fights, crime.
Wait, you cut out. Wait. You cut out. Batman fights crime?
Oh, yeah. So Batman fights crime, but often those people who are committing the crime, they're doing it because of the conditions they're in. They're trying to put food on the table for someone, right? And we don't get that. We just get Batman fight the criminal, and he's not trying to get at the underlying causes for the crime.
Have you have you ever read The Dark Knight Returns?
Read it? No.
Then you've watched the animated one.
I'm being careful here. I think I have, but I get a lot of the Dark Knight stuff mixed up. So.
It's okay. It's a Frank Miller back in the 1980s. He wrote this comic, okay? And this to me is archetypical Batman. It's the most honest Batman ever made. Do you mind if I describe it to you briefly?
Yeah.
So, in The Dark Knight Returns, he's retired about 20 years ago. Batman, I mean. And Gotham has fallen to shit. Crime runs rampant, but he remains retired. The broader government, America in general, has gotten more authoritarian, more controlled. It's no longer led by Democrats and leaders and what have you. It's led by autocrats and G-men from the feds. And now, Bruce, he sees his city falling apart and he thinks, I'm the one who can put this back together. I will put this back together. And what follows is essentially his reunion tour, a slideshow of him reconfronting the horrors of his past and trying to fix Gotham. And the way in which he does it is so evidently fascistic in so many ways, The old villains he used to fight against have been coddled and sanctioned by the effeminate, liberal, psychiatric nanny state. The Joker has been relabeled a victim of Batman's psychosis. Individual responsibility doesn't exist anymore in The Dark Knight Returns, so Joker isn't blamed for the many people he killed. It's Batman's fault. The same way people will say, rather than blaming, the crimes on criminals, they blame it on police and the military-industrial complex and the criminal justice system. Joker, of course, goes back to killing. He's heavily gay-coded in, his clash with the very heterosexual Batman, big and square-jawed. And, I mean, it all culminates in this big scene towards the end, where Batman is leading people together to put out fires in Gotham after it's been hit with an EMP nuke. And Commissioner Gordon is looking at Batman, who's giving orders from atop a horse. And Gordon goes on this monologue where he says that Batman is so greater a creature than he is, so morally superior, that he, as a common man, doesn't even have the right to judge his actions. That, to me, is the ultimate and most honest take on Batman. He's a man who challenges the idea of criminological analysis. The villains that he fights are just bad people. They're evil and crazy. They're scum. And Batman's not afraid to say that. He'll say it pretty overtly. What's the thing he says? Are criminals still cowardly and weak and fearful? That's why I am what I am. It's not sociological. It's about him, the masculine archetype, the caped crusader, fighting against the degenerates in the city in which he lives. He's challenged by the state because the state is too weak and effeminate to know what needs to be done. The police are too weak to accept his methods. He brutalizes, he tortures, he engages in vigilante action. Not just because he knows what's right, but because he's the only one strong enough to do what needs to be done. The underlying cultural threads beneath superheroism are very, well, they're worth looking into at the very least. It's not like all superheroes are fascists. It's just, it's not a coincidence that the archetype of the Ubermensch is very popular amongst fascists. The idea of a morally superior being who uses their strength to guide society in the direction they believe is just. Does that make sense? I'm sorry, I just completely rambled there. This is like video essay stuff, and I'm trying to like.
Rambling. That actually makes sense.
Okay, sorry. This is I feel like I'm doing a disservice to this a little bit, but that's my thought in it, basically.
No, that's helpful. That actually does make sense. All right. Well, cool. It feels like a profound conversation, but I gotta remember we're talking about.
I would need to write
here.
stuff down. It's a whole thing, but. Anyway, yes, you should read the Dark Knight Returns. By the way, it is a lovely comic. By lovely, I mean it's very well written. Politically, I think it's actually quite odious, but it's fun to look at and analyze at least.
When you see things like that in comic books or other media, how often do you feel like the kind of political point that's being drawn out was intended by the author?
Often I don't think it's something they intended to do. People wildly overestimate how apolitical media is. People will make stuff that is so biased, and they will deny its political underpinnings, which is very, very funny. Like, you see how gamers talk about video games, yes? You know, like, oh, The Last of Us wasn't political until they added lesbians in the second game. That type stuff, very, very silly. People just aren't that good at media analysis in general, so... And that applies to the authors, too. That's not just the people who actually consume the media.
All right, next question we've got here. What do you think of ACAB?
All cops are bastards?
Yes.
I think it's effective at getting people riled up, but if your understanding of and analysis of police begins and ends with ACAB, I'd say it's a very flawed understanding. Sometimes protests have to be sung to a tune that's a little bit more hyperbolic than a proper analysis should allow. Like, for example, back during the Civil Rights Movement, what did they shout? No justice, no peace. They still shout that. Now, is that literal? Do they literally mean no justice, no peace until we get what we want? Do they go around, like, murdering and raping people? Well, no, of course, they don't literally mean no justice, no peace. They mean that it can't be achieved. The conversation is nuanced. The slogan is simple. ACAB is a slogan. Don't let, that be the beginning and end of your understanding of the issue.
All right, and Sticky writes that they want to start reading and getting into political theory. Where would you suggest that they start?
Oh God, I'm the worst. If you want a really good intro course on hard theory, you should take a look at the channel Radical Reviewer. I'm friends with the person who runs that channel. He does good stuff there. The only theory that I've read twice now is State and Revolution, which I found quite formative. Of course, that's from Lenin, who did a lot of cringe stuff later in life. So you're gonna have to take it all with a grain of salt. But yeah, I think that's pretty good. I mean, the Red Book is good, obviously. People speak often of that. I have never read Capital. That is a lot of words that my ADHD-rattled brain is not willing to commit to at this time. Maybe I will in the future. We'll have to see. Yeah. I don't know. Just have fun with it. Don't force yourself to read something you don't find interesting, because if you do, you won't retain any of it.
All right. Dan the Man asks, what strategy should we use to bring socialism to America?
Well, I think the best bet is probably hamming on the worker democracy angle, you know? Take advantage of economic crises and global climate change to push hard against the idea that capitalism is really securing people's best interest. Fight like hell to popularize the idea of, like, democratic socialism, Bernie Sanders type stuff. And essentially bait corporations and autocrats into getting more mask off with their authoritarianism. The harder they go to prevent people from engaging in class consciousness, the easier it'll be to condemn them after the fact. Basically, that's the gist of it. Secure a strong working labor movement, you know, all that fun stuff.
All right. Dat Robot writes, hello, I heard you support nuclear energy. Why do you support nuclear energy despite its high cost, inefficiency, and the fact that there are viable alternatives?
Because I don't think that it necessarily has a high cost, low efficiency with lots of strong alternatives. It's actually quite efficient. In terms of the waste generated, I mean, it's infinitesimally small per kilowatt hour produced than you would get from any other type of non-renewable energy. So that's cool. And with regards to its expense, it's true that it takes a long time to set up these facilities, but, I mean, it seems to me from everything that I've read that they pay dividends quite a bit in the long term. It's been a while since I've reviewed the data on it, but it's something that I think is generally considered to be pretty, you know, favorable. And it's safe, too, you know? People talk on and on about how dangerous nuclear is. Nuclear is scary. I mean, I'll give it that, but it's not really dangerous. Not if it's handled even remotely responsibly, as it should be.
Not trying to suggest it is dangerous, just it's vaguely related. Have you seen the HBO series Chernobyl?
Yes, I have. It should be noted that every time there's been a nuclear disaster, it's usually because somebody fucked up somewhere. Now, fucking up is a part of the human condition. We can't keep people from fucking up. That's always going to happen. But I think that with a broader cultural investment in nuclear energy, we could go, you know, we could do a lot towards making these facilities safe and easy to set up. They're really not too dangerous. Especially modern facilities. You know, the old... I'm no nuclear engineer, but the old nuclear facilities were really primitive compared to what people do today. The risk for a nuclear power plant is, of course, a meltdown, you know, that the fusion reaction taking place scales beyond control, things overheat, and safeguards fail to activate, which allows the critical mass past the point of the reactor's, like, safety protocols to be reached, and at that point you have a spillover. But the extent to which that can cause damage is limited by the containment of the fuel rods and the way in which they, the reactions are catalyzed. It used to be, did I say fusion? Sorry. It used to be that, if I'm being very simplistic here, the nuclear material was all kept together in like a big lump, or at the very least it was easier for there to be crossover in this reaction. But nowadays, it's all kept, like, separate and atomized, meaning that a nuclear meltdown would be, way less destructive now than it would have been in the past, I think. Does that make sense? Wait, guys, is what I'm saying... Wait, does anyone in chat have an engineering degree? This is basically correct, right? That the way they organize the fuel rods now means it's much, much, much harder for there to be a critical, like, chain reaction, I think? Yeah. I think so. Okay, they're saying that I'm right, so... Okay, that's good, I guess. I thought so, just to make sure.
Let's see here. Rebel Trader would like to know, do you support lowering the voting age? If so, how far?
That's an interesting one. I could be amicable to that, yeah. I think so. I used to think no, because, like, kids are too stupid to really understand how the government works or how to participate in it. But now I realize adults are also really, really stupid. So that doesn't seem like a fair reason to exclude kids. You know? I don't know. I guess I'd have to think about it.
Maybe raise the voting age. Have to be 50 or old or something like that. Have to have an AARP membership card.
Having spoken to 50-year-olds, I'm afraid my opinion on them is pretty much the same. The older I get, so kids are more cringe, but in terms of general intelligence, I actually don't think adults are really that much smarter than kids are. They're more mature, which means they're better at, like, managing life decisions and risk-reward, but in terms of, like, abstract analysis of, say, political problems, I actually don't think adults are any more rational than kids are, you know? It seems like adults and kids both fall into the same cognitive biases when it comes to political stuff like that. To put it another way, you know, I think I would trust a 16-year-old to vote, but I don't think I would trust a 16-year-old to, like, what's the thing that a kid probably shouldn't do? Like, go on a vacation on their own? Fly to an airport? No, I'm trying to think of a good example. What's something like a... wouldn't try... I was gonna say drive alone. Buy a house. Sign a contract. There you go. Yeah. I wouldn't trust a 16-year-old to sign a contract, but I would trust them to vote, I think. Because a contract has more to do with, like, individual risk and reward, personal bias, incentive. Whereas with voting, everyone's stupid. So, who cares, right?
Witchblade would like to know, if we're up to you, how would you approach trying to render the Republican Party politically irrelevant?
My favorite talking point. The obvious one is getting rid of the Electoral College. There's just no reason. It doesn't do what it's supposed to do. It's just a handicap for the Republican Party. That's it. It does not do what it's supposed to do. The Electoral College was originally about getting presidential candidates to pay more attention to every state instead of just going to, like, the biggest ones. It does not work. People only go to swing states, so that just does not function. We need to get rid of that. Obviously, you know, making voting easier, expanding mail-in voting to the best extent we can, and franchising, redistricting, maybe even mandatory voting, which I've heard a lot of positive arguments for. If you don't like any candidate, you can just show up and vote for, like, Sir Poopin' Fartin', you know, like with the write-in. Whatever works, I suppose. But there are a lot of things that can be done. The more democratic this country becomes, the weaker the Republican Party becomes. Simple as that.
So I know this is a question you probably haven't really heard that often, so I wouldn't mind explaining if you need me to. What are your thoughts on the Israel-Palestine issue?
It is ultimately the Israeli government that has the power in this situation. They are the massive military power, backed by the United States. They are the industrialized nation. God damn it. So it is up to them to resolve this problem. They are the ones with the greatest potential to exacerbate the problem or to fix the problem. Simple as that, you know? Like, what do you expect the Palestinians to do? If they just gave up and were like, okay, we'll be super peaceful from now on, they're just going to keep having their land annexed illegally by Israel. It's just, even if the Palestinian people could magically, like, be as peaceful as is possible for them to be, that wouldn't fix the problem. Whereas if the Israeli government said, hey, we'll return to, like, 1948 borders or whatever, on the condition that there's a ceasefire and the political disbandment of Hamas, I think that the Palestinians would readily accept that deal. My humble opinion.
All right, so we got just 3 minutes left. Looking forward here, obviously there's a primary for the debate next Saturday. What are your thoughts on income inequality, and is it a problem?
I'd say it's pretty cringe, but are you kidding me? Sorry, this goddamn game. I'd say it's pretty cringe, but income inequality is actually the wrong thing to focus on. The thing that we actually should focus on is quality of life, and we should focus on accessibility to life opportunities. If two people make different amounts of money, but they both have, like, roughly comparable life opportunities, I really do not care. In a country where a person who makes $50,000 a year has the ability to enjoy life to its fullest, with vacations and ready accessibility to healthcare, I would not really care that much about a person making $200,000. Now, obviously, the way to secure the freedom of the former person would be by taxing the latter person quite hard, and And that's just tends to be how wealth redistribution works. But fundamentally, the inequality of wealth isn't so much what I care about. It's power, and the ability to use it.
Right. So, yeah, anyone that hasn't heard yet, I'm really excited for this. Next Saturday at 8 Eastern Standard Time, we're excited to be hosting debate between Vosh and Euron Bro. It's a really weird thing. His name's spelled Y-A-R-O-N, but the only way I can remember to say it right is to think of the character from Game of Thrones, the Greyjoy.
Pretty cool character.
But yeah, really excited for that. 8 p.m. Eastern on Saturday. They're going to be discussing income inequality, and Euron Brook, he's the chairman of the Ayn Rand Institute, so should at the least bit be interesting. Right after that, I'm not sure what you got going on right after that, but we're going to be starting. It was actually, we thought of this after seeing your stream, that how well it went. We're going to start a 24-hour charity stream trying to support OSD, Operation Supply Drop. They do a lot to help veterans, homeless, help people reintegrate, support the troops, that kind of thing.
That's extremely poggers. Make sure to keep me updated on that over Discord, okay?
Yeah, will do. So, thank you for coming on, and I look forward to seeing you next Saturday, man.
Yes, very much so. And take care.
You too, man.
Bye.
All right, guys. Oh.
Am I still on the channel? No, I was removed. Okay, nice. All right. We did a Discord AMA. Now we have another conversation. I hope you all are doing good. I thought that was a nice AMA. I thought that was a cute one, you know? And then, hey, listen, okay? After that, it's just me and you guys, all right? After the convo, it's just me and you guys, all right? Make sure they introduce themselves and do pronouns, yeah. True radical reviewer. My head's fine. All right, hold on. Let me give him a call. Hello?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I can. How you doing?
And how are you, sir?
I'd say I'm doing at least a little bit pog, altogether. Please introduce yourself, name, pronouns, height, weight, hair color. Give them the whole rundown, would you?
Sure. So I'm Cicero Foster, which is an absolutely real name. Online, I go by New American Left. Twitter.com/New Left Press, and then YouTube. If you just search New American Left, you can find me. I'm 6'3", blue eyes.
Convincing.
I think blonde hair. I'm not really sure anymore. It's kind of gotten dirty, but there you go.
Sort of an Aryan super soldier vibe going on then.
I mean, you said that, not me. So I don't want to get in trouble with the Twitter people.
Of course. Didn't you went by a different name up until recently, right?
Yeah, I used to be under a different name, and then I sort of rebranded because I actually used to be a conservative, and I wasn't thrilled with the sort of political takes I had back then. So I decided to it was just sort of easier to distinguish my views now from my views back then by adopting sort of a new identity, if that makes sense.
No, I completely understand. So yeah, well, thank you for coming on. Sorry for for being non-responsive over Discord. I promise you I do it to literally everyone. It's absolutely
Yeah, no problem.
no preferential bias there. Yeah, so I have been informed by actually several people that you're here to base and Marx pill me. Which, I mean, I think I'm already pretty amenable to a lot of Marxist ideas, but you seem to have more of an economic focus than I do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I take it that, I mean, like, I've watched some of your content. All the econ stuff I found on you, and feel free to correct me, is pertinent to market socialism, right? And that's kind of like an umbrella term that is sort of broad. There are a lot of like different systems that collectively you could call market socialist. So I think what would be easier in order to like do the Marx pill thing, and I don't really want like a debate, it doesn't have to be confrontational, but just like as best you can, what do you take like your economic prescriptions to be? Just in general.
I have been unconvinced by the history of planned economies, and it seems like right now in the world we live in, any country which deviates from commodity form, market economy type dealio suffers pretty severe consequences. Sometimes they're overt and malicious, like the CIA, and sometimes they're just a product of that system's inability to reconcile its nature with the other countries on the world. So I think that my general position is that we should attempt to, as aggressively as we can, achieve the political and sociological goals of socialism, while recognizing that at the moment many of its economic goals, like the abolition of the market economy, are more difficult to achieve and should perhaps be left for a time when the world's body politic is a little more amenable to that possibility. Maybe when the world is ready to move towards that direction, that would be an easier time to do it. But right now it seems like it would just paint a huge target on the back of any country who took that position. It would make them vulnerable to foreign interventionism. It would make their markets fragile and easily fought against. And it would incentivize antagonism from countries with market economies because they would want to open you up to their labor exploitation. All of those things would lead to a lot of political instability, which would make it difficult to do all the other nice stuff. So that's my general position. And after we achieve that, I'm very, very open to the idea that we can do all sorts of PogChamp stuff with decommodification in a broader sense, not just like the post office and what have you.
Sure. So I think I mostly agree. I actually would describe myself as a market socialist for some of the same reasons, but I have specific reservations in the sense that it's often cited as some sort of like transitionary phase, right? So command economies have serious problems, both in terms of how they've been executed in the past, as you know, and also in terms of like there's conceptual stuff. There are conceptual problems like the economic calculation problem, the local knowledge problem. I don't know how much of that stuff you've read into, but the point is,
I know that they exist. I don't know that
Right.
much about them, though.
Sure. So I guess like what's going to be interesting here is that Marx in Capital, Marx talks about, of course, the labor theory of value. And one of the things that the labor theory of value is specifically predicting or talking about is problems associated with profit extraction and profit accumulation.
Right.
Things like the tendency for the rate of profit to fall, et cetera, et cetera. And profit, in Marx's view, I'm sure you know this, is specifically the extraction of surplus labor value from workers. But I guess like what I'm interested in is, in your view, like, let's say we have a market socialist system. Let's say businesses are owned collectively by the working class. Let's additionally say we've, at this point, abolished the bourgeois, et cetera, et cetera. What exactly, one, do you conceive of when you talk about businesses operating in that sort of environment? And then two, how is that sort of like accumulation of, I guess we'll call it capital for brevity, significantly distinct from profit, such that it wouldn't be subject to the problems with profit that Marx talks about in those theories? And I can go into detail about those problems if you want me to.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the problems. I think it's kind of similar to the problems with a state, right? You know, states kind of suck. You know, the compulsion of violence being left in the hands of the state's agency and what have you. But I would rather a democratic state than an autocratic state. If you have a business, a firm, even a massive one, which is democratic in nature, I think this is a meaningful difference that gives people a lot more control over their environment. They're much more likely to be paid a fair wage, and I know that means a different thing in a Marxian sense than it does in like a conventional sense. But I think they're more likely to get more happiness out of the wage they're provided, and I think that it cuts down significantly on NOME as well because they feel like they have a hand in the business, therefore have a reason to care about the portion of the day they spend at it. This is better. I don't think it fixes the problems, fundamentally. But it does put people in a position where they might be more willing to acknowledge those problems. After all, so long as it is the bourgeois that commands these businesses, stuff like, NOME and alienation and surplus labor, they're never even going to come up. But in a worker cooperative, especially in a society where worker cooperatives have been normalized, those would be kind of everyday conversations, I imagine, right? Ideally. Because people would have not only the exposure to these problems, but the power to do something about it.
So in this system, do you conceive of like business competition? Like, is your idea like, we have like two, I don't know, for simplicity, let's say like two bakeries, right? And they're each obviously producing baked goods that they then want to sell on a market. I take it you want to preserve the commodity form here because that's generally what markets are reliant upon. Markets use commodities in terms of exchanges. So when these two bakeries go about engaging in these exchanges, right, and one bakery outcompetes the other bakery, typically in capitalism, as you know, that business would just like go defunct, right? It would cease to exist, and then those people would have to either find another way to compete or they would just go find other jobs. I take it that's not something you want to preserve in market socialism. You don't want the sort of situation where like anything even remotely approaching a monopoly is possible to be created, right?
No, I mean you would need very heavy state regulation of industry to prevent some of the more obvious problems with monopolies and planned obsolescence, environmental externalities, and other problems that just seem to be a thing that will always happen under those types of economies. Though in terms of competition, I think there are instances where the traditional capitalist motto of competition driving improvement is actually fairly defensible. There are certainly industries where the market is less destructive than in others. Take an industry like, say, for example, internet, ISPs, public transportation, hospitals. In these instances, competition does nothing for the consumer. Absolutely nothing. It's actively destructive. So these should be decommodified. Even in a capitalist government, they should be decommodified. But if you're talking, say, restaurants or arcades, it's more traditional consumer stuff. I think there are ways in which you can take advantage of the positives of capitalist competition with a robust welfare state to help out the employees of any loser businesses, of course.
Yeah, so I guess like I'm just like I would personally just bite the bullet on this because I agree that it's a transitionary stage. But I guess I'm not sure how you feel about this. It seems like the Marxist objection to this sort of system, what we're describing here, is just going to be that sort of environment necessarily leads to unequal exchanges. And what I mean by it necessarily leads to unequal exchanges is the only instance in which the allocation of resources and labor could even remotely approach true equity seems to be under a command economy, which I have, conceptual issues with. So that necessitates a market, but unless you have something specific in mind, the very nature of a market, right? The idea of like producing something in a better way than another business is producing and then selling it on a market necessitates that there is going to be basically a class of people economically that are in a preferential position to another class of people, which maybe you just also bite the bullet and say, yeah, we probably need to preserve economic classes, unfortunately, as a transitionary step. But would you agree that like class distinctions are basically entailed there?
In the Marxian sense, no. If it's all worker cooperatives, they would all be members of the proletariat, no? There would certainly be people wealthier than one another. Differences in opportunity to, economic interest. But in terms of the Marxian sense, there would be only one class in this case, right?
Sure, but what prevents, like, take like an Amazon type thing. I know you're probably going to say we'll just regulate them to such an extent that they can't become this powerful, but you can conceive of a situation in a hypothetical market socialist economy where an Amazon type company becomes so essential to the operation of that economy and that society that significant regulation of them will significantly deteriorate people's quality of life. And then it becomes a question on the part of the government of like, well, we now have this company that is substantially wealthier than all the other companies. The workers in that company are, for all intents and purposes, like able to operate in a capitalistic capacity because of how much wealth they have accumulated. And now we're in a situation where what we were trying to avoid in the first place, which was, significantly unequal distribution of wealth, the problems associated with unregulated capitalistic competition seem to just be reemerging, and regulating them out of existence would either require a revolution, which I'm not really on, that's not what I'm really advocating for, or we would basically have to bite the bullet and say, we need to regulate this company even if it means people suffer.
Yeah, well, you kind of preempted my answer, right? Ideally,
Sure.
no such thing should be allowed to take place in a market socialist society. If any such industry or business or what have you becomes that necessary for the functionality of the state, it should be incorporated into the state, decommodified, or broken up as needed. But I think that's a problem with any type of power structure, right? I mean, that goes beyond like a business. You could say the same thing about like in an anarcho-syndicalist society. You could say that about like a syndicate, or you could say that about like a given Politburo, or like a given like wing of the political party that votes on the distribution of resources across the broader collective. That's just a problem with power. You don't want power to be consolidated to a destructive extent. Hopefully that can be prevented.
Right, but what I'm getting at is that's the nature. And again, I actually agree with you more than people probably think. But the point is that's the crux, if you will, of the Marxist critique, right? The Marxist wants to say something like, if you say something like, oh, well, these problems are just in virtue of these hierarchies that exist, they're just going to respond to you by saying, well, why do you want to preserve the hierarchy? And if you say something like, I perceive it to be a necessary transitional stage to what I eventually want to accomplish, right? They're going to pull like the Marxist-Leninist card or just the Leninist card and say, what we ought do is immediately take the steps necessary to establish, say, like a dictatorship of the proletariat and a command economy. Now, I don't agree with those people, right? I think there are problems. I'm just saying, like, if they were to render that critique against you and say, why not just free ourselves of the chains, right?
My argument,
and I think you've talked about. Sure, go ahead. Yeah.
Sorry. Well, my argument would be that that's not actually a set of chains you can really be freed from. If human need dictates the expansion of an industry to the point where the functionality of that industry is necessary to preserve people's quality of lives, you don't have a capitalism problem. You have an autocracy problem. And at that point, it really doesn't matter whether your economy is command or market. You're going to run into the same fundamental problem there, that there will be some person or some group of people who have, frankly, way too much power, way more than they need or deserve, and other agencies will have to kowtow to them. This happens in command economies. I mean, we've seen historically that even if you completely decommodify an industry, there have been examples of political battles being fought over the distribution of resources from like key industries, key factories, key provinces, how grain or boots or leather or what have you are distributed when there's not enough of it to go around, but everyone needs it. That seems to me, it's not that there's no relationship between this problem and capitalism, because there certainly is. It's more that I think that a solution can't just be to criticize the way market economies function. You have to look a little bit beyond that. Maybe some way of structuring a government to ensure there's no way economic power can be consolidated to that point. Or, I mean, hell, maybe you just have government regulations for worker cooperatives, which make them so deferential to the interests of their workers, so inherently democratic, that they're not even possible to wield, in a destructive way against the rest of the population. Is that even possible? I don't really know, but I'm no utopian. We do the best we can, right?
Right, so I'm about to sound like an asshole, and I promise I'm not most of the time, but it seems like one of the more common criticisms of people who advocate for these systems, yourself included, is that all of the things that are being discussed here, right? All of the prescriptions that are being made, both normative and political, right, are things that are achievable within the capitalist mode of production. So let me explain what I mean, right? What I mean is something like, basically, it seems like if your goal is greater equity for workers, an improved quality of life for workers, greater worker ownership of means of production, though not necessarily worker ownership of those means in totality, greater worker influence in the state, the elimination of monopolistic control of the economy, etc., etc. All of these things are achievable within a system that is still ostensibly capitalistic. So let's take China, for instance, and I'm not a Dangist or a Tanky, just to be clear, but let's say China wasn't as like rigidly authoritarian as it was, just comparably, like a representative democracy, but still had like 60% state ownership of the economy, right? It seems like if you were to maintain that state ownership of the economy, or perhaps slightly increase it, while still maintaining an ostensibly capitalist system, all of the things that you're prescribing here are things that could be achieved, right? So like you could have all of these things that you're advocating for achieved within a hypothetical American economy that just placed a greater emphasis on state-operated enterprises while still maintaining a fundamentally capitalistic mode of production. And then in addition to that, the ability for people to, like, say, start their own businesses, to engage in capitalistic wage labor. Basically what I'm getting at, it doesn't seem that the objection is to private ownership of the means of production, right? It seems like the objection is just to the inability to properly regulate capitalism such that workers don't benefit in a meaningful way. Would you disagree with that?
No, I completely agree with you. The same thing could be said of monarchies, or the pharaohs. All the things that you're talking about right now, workers' rights, proper health care, freedom within business, etc., good regulation, high standard of living, could all be achieved with a single god king ruling over a country, or the world. But we wouldn't rely on the existence of that political order to bring us the objectives we want to achieve. Because, as it stands, a pharaoh, or a monarchy, these are not institutions very likely to give workers the rights we want them to have. And I think the same of capitalism. When I fight for socialism, worker control, proletarian state, etc., it's not because I fundamentally think that doing so will fix these problems. It's because I think it puts power in the hands of people more likely to fix those problems. So I would agree with you. It's technically possible to design a perfect society within capitalism. If you can tweak it just right and adjust all the economic and social parameters, you could make a society that I would consider as close to perfect as is possible. But you're fighting an uphill battle, because the people in charge of how capitalism is run is not the proletariat, bourgeois, and they don't have our interests. So with them in charge, sure, maybe we could have this perfect system, but we're building it, I don't know, we're building a ship in a bottle during an earthquake. Socialism gets rid of the earthquake. It doesn't build the ship in the bottle, but it makes sure the power structures that allow us to make positive changes are as secure as they can be.
Yeah, so then I think there's two objections that can be rendered then. The first is that if the idea is that socialism is more likely to facilitate, worker ownership of the means of production and all these prescriptions that you're providing, one could meaningfully respond to a statement like that by appealing to something like the Nordic model. And of course, obviously the Nordic model is not socialist, right? Mm-hmm. But the point is, something like, I think 40% of their workforce is unionized. They have state-owned enterprises like we were talking about in the case of China. They have very effective collective bargaining systems such that workers do have a substantial impact on both the economy and the government. And then it seems, as a consequence of that, the quality of life for workers in Nordic countries, particularly Norway, which has the most state ownership of those countries, is remarkably higher than the quality of life for workers in a quote-unquote cutthroat capitalistic state like the United States, right? And then the second problem, I guess, and this is something like a lib would probably render as a criticism, is just the sort of like things that you're talking about in terms of business regulation, preventing the emergence of monopolies and market socialism, retaining the commodity form, but somehow, ensuring that competition never leads to substantially unequal exchanges. They would probably argue that those sorts of things are not possible to attain or maintain absent highly authoritarian, highly hierarchical government regimes, right? So the Soviet Union, for instance, was a command economy for much of its existence under Stalin. But there was a time, particularly under the new economic plan, which Lenin advocated for, where they retained market exchanges, right? It's just they ensured that the market exchanges were not highly capitalistic. And the point is, the only way, obviously because of the nature of the Soviet Union, a historian could appeal to that and say something like, the only reason those exchanges, right, were things that could be substantially regulated and prevented from becoming unequal is in virtue of how authoritarian and how hierarchical the Soviet Union's government structure was. So I think those are the two biggest criticisms with what you're saying.
Of course. And to answer them respectively, I would say that most of the good that we see in the Nordic model is social democracy wrought by socialists. You know, socialists engaging in electoralism and political advocacy can't just snap their fingers and build socialism, tragically. But they can do what they will to make capitalism a little more bearable. And they've succeeded to a great extent in these Nordic models. But we are seeing here, I think, basically the... I'm going to kill myself if I can't hit the star. Roblox, Twitch, thank you.
Right, no, yeah, of course, in a video game.
Of course. We might be running up against the limits of what can reasonably be done with these, you know, these Nordic models. How far can you go to make capitalism livable? There are also more fundamental existential questions here, right? What about alienation? Countries like Sweden, Norway, and what have you still have very high degrees of social alienation, loneliness, that I've read up quite a bit on. These are tied to capitalism, surely. Social democracy doesn't necessarily fix them. It also leads to a lot of inflexibility for the future. Maybe in a capitalist economy, we manage to construct a livable capitalist state. Fine. But material conditions change all the time. Technology, war, climate, catastrophe, political upsurges, both within and without the country. Will a democratic socialist society, or sorry, a social democrat society such as Norway, will it always be able to craft a livable environment for its workers in spite of its domination by the bourgeois? I don't believe so. And the fact that these countries, these Nordic countries, are in the minority here, that most capitalist countries are quite a bit more dystopic to live in, suggests to me that this isn't really a working model for how to craft the livable state. And to the second argument you made, I don't think a government would need to be very authoritarian for business regulations to prevent corporations from getting too monopolistic. I mean, a lot of what I'm advocating for would really... I mean, a lot of what I'm advocating for with business regulations is already present in these aforementioned Nordic countries. Anti-monopolization laws, ensuring that... Oh my god, this level. Ensuring that corporations have, say, internal regulations they have to adhere to with the democratization of their industry. I think these things are doable without authoritarianism. It wouldn't be worthwhile to do them if they couldn't be done without authoritarianism. The goal here is to fight authoritarianism, the autocracy of the traditional firm. So if we ended up fighting that by instituting an autocratic state, it seems like we've missed the point a little bit, you know?
Right, sure. And I'll quickly address the Nordic model thing and then move into what I think the broader point is here. So I agree that, like, as with all capitalistic countries, loneliness in the Nordic countries is high. I think it's actually remarkably high, like you pointed out. But I guess I would need like a reason to think that that sort of loneliness and social isolation is reducible to Marx's theory of alienation specifically. So, like, I think in the United States, which is a more like rigidly capitalistic country, more cutthroat, if you will, it's fair to say that a good deal of social problems and social alienation originates from issues related to class, like labor exploitation, alienation from commodities, that sort of stuff. But if basic needs, by and large, are met in a country like, say, Norway, and there's collective bargaining, and there's relatively high wages comparable to the rest of the world, then the argument that the social problems in that country just reduced to worker alienation becomes much more difficult to substantiate, because there's a variety of things that could be attributing to that sort of social isolation. It's basically like there's going to have to be an argument for why that hypothesis is most explanatory. So one could say something like, cultural influences, the history of the country have attributed to that. You could say something like, technology, which obviously I don't take you to be like an anprim or something. Technology itself is alienating, right?
Mhm.
Stuff like that could be just as explanatory as appealing to a Marxist theory of alienation. So I guess I'm not really sold on that. And as for the broader point, and I'll try to like tie it back to what we were talking about at the beginning here, I think the fundamental point is like Marx's critiques towards markets and the capitalist profit motive seem to persevere under market socialism. It just seems to be that profit is replaced by some other form of capital accumulation, but the systemic problems that he thinks, for instance, lead to the tendency for the rate of profit to fall are still emergent in market socialism just in virtue of capital accumulation itself. And then further, you mentioned that you're like your ultimate goal is to eliminate authoritarianism, eradicate like authoritarianism, have power vested in workers. And it seems like you've already conceded, of course, that market socialism in your view is transitionary, but it sounds like what you're really advocating for, correct me if I'm mistaken, is like a form of anarchism. Like your ideal sort of society, which I guess you could just say is communism as Marx understood it, but your ideal sort of society is just one where all of these unjustified hierarchies that we've been talking about over the last hour or so, that we just view as like necessary evils in order to retain a coherent economic or political system, you just view as things in the long term that ought be abolished. Am I on the right track there, or would you not agree with that take?
I am extremely sympathetic to anarchist arguments. I just don't self-identify. I can't believe this level. The reason why I don't talk that much about anarchism directly that much anymore is because these days I'm more of the opinion that by the time we achieve a society capable of even moving towards anarchism or communism, the material conditions by which people live are going to be so alien to what I know today that I can't make political prescriptions for them. So, like, the world we live in today is unimaginable to Marx. He could not have fathomed it. If Marx were dug up and resuscitated and brought to the world today, he would instantly have a stroke. It's incomprehensible.
Absolutely, yeah. He would fucking lose his mind. Yeah.
Yeah, instantly. He would be incoherent.
Right.
Yeah, and I think the same will be the case the world 100 years from now. The rate of technological and social progression is accelerating rapidly. And it makes me think that today, what I consider an unjustified hierarchy, what I consider a necessary sacrifice, what I consider X, what I consider Y, maybe 50, 100 years from now, all of these considerations will be laughable to the people of the future. Or to the me of the future, you know? So I try not to talk about them that much.
Right.
I try to talk about solutions that I think are workable now. Problems that I know will still be problems in the future, if not addressed between now and then. And because I am a big fan of democracy, pretty much on principle, I know that I want society to be controlled by power structures which privilege the greatest number of people possible. Which, hence, market socialism, proletariat over bourgeois. You spoke of a couple things. First, can I attribute the problems in Norway, Sweden, what have you, exclusively to Marxian alienation? I cannot, no. And it may well be the case that many of the problems which I believe would be solved by market socialism, or by full socialism, communism, would still exist in these societies due to cultural reasons or whatever. The only answer I really have to that is either A, give me more time to research, or B, let's try it and find out. I mean, after all, if you take a look at the writings of the Enlightenment thinkers, there were many problems they thought would be solved by democracy that clearly haven't been. But we've still benefited from the experiment, no? The move away from the monarchies, I mean, a lot of them thought that we would live in, like, an enlightened age of, like, collective democratic participation in society where everyone would go down to the local town hall and debate the issues of the day. This is not the society we live in, but it's still preferable to the one that those Enlightenment thinkers lived in. So maybe it's just about the movement, not about the goal you're moving towards. I don't know which problems are going to be solved for sure, but I'm relatively confident in the political prescriptions I'm comfortable making. I.e., worker cooperatives seem to be effective, functional, efficient, and they produce a lot of happiness. And that, fundamentally, our country prioritizes democracy. Why would we not extend that to the economy? And if we can accept those precepts, then maybe we can feel comfortable moving forward.
Yeah, so I think you and I just basically agree insofar as market socialism is going to require some necessary evils. Yeah, this game that you're playing seems absolutely like
watch the stream.
Unbelievably. Okay. Yeah, I think market socialism is just one of these necessary evil type things. There's a funny quote by Deng Xiaoping of CCP fame, and again, not a tanky, I promise, but it's just a hilarious quote. He says something like, "We don't know what socialism is or how to get there, but we're still moving towards it." And I'm not saying that's representative of your position. I just think I agree that if you just have this like broad paintbrush stroke of socialism as, say, worker ownership of means of production, it's not actually necessary to talk with a high degree of specificity about what exactly is constitutive of that system. You can just, within the current system, within what what I guess tankies would call bourgeois democracy, right? Advocate for policies that you think will dramatically improve worker quality of life and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, I just want to say, there's basically never been a gigantic social, political, or economic paradigm shift that was perfectly planned out prior to its implementation. There's usually just a bunch of, crazy historical shit happens for a while, and then once the pieces are more or less settled, people start being a little bit smarter with how they refine what's left. But the transition to democracy, away from feudalism, from empires over to nation-states, from the Grecian city-states over to empires, nobody sat down and was like, okay, here's how we're doing this, buddy. Here are the social problems that'll be fixed by that, that kind of stuff. That just doesn't happen.
It's not like a bunch, right? It's not like a bunch of people in feudalism got together one morning and were just like, hey, let's plan out capitalism. It didn't work that way, and I think that's the defensible part of Marxism that I think presumably you agree with. It's not so much about, let's draft up a blueprint with unbelievable specificity about exactly what's going to be constitutive of this economic system. It's more so something like there are these historical materialist forces that resulted in, say, capitalism emerging from feudalism, and socialism is something that inevitably, just inexorably, right, is going to emerge from the capitalist mode of production. But
well, that's the hope.
That said, the hope, of course. But in saying that, I guess, like, again, the problem is just going to be something like, if the movement from capitalism to, say, socialism, for instance, is not a move away from things that are central to capitalism, things like profit extraction, capital accumulation, market exchanges, all things that I advocate for different reasons, a more orthodox Marxist, for instance, could look at this and say, well, if you're advocating for this eventual materialist transition away from the capitalist mode of production, if you think what ought happen for mankind is that we move towards something like socialism, then why advocate for a system that retains some of the things that almost everybody in this field would concede are problems with the current system? Won't that just delay or otherwise suppress the eventual transition to quote-unquote real socialism? That's consistently the like orthodox Marxist response to these sorts of talking points. And insofar as like just read theory bro types are concerned, they're technically correct about that. You can and this is what I do, you can object to points in Marxist theory. You can have arguments about whether or not, like you said earlier, Marx's conception of society is even accurate anymore given technological innovation and the difference in social forces now versus the 1800s. But the point is, they're just going to respond to you and say, look, what you're advocating for is moving away from what people actually want to move forward relative to Marx's conceptions, right? You're advocating for red capitalism. That seems to consistently be the critique.
Well, I mean, so there are 2 points to that. First of all, could you, just so I'm making sure that I've got my shirt buttoned up properly, would you mind telling me what the definition of a proletarian state is?
Yeah, so I take it that a proletarian state is just going to be like a socialist, quote-unquote socialist state in which all political and economic power is vested in the working class. And I think that necessitates the abolishment of the bourgeois specifically, right?
Right. This is the thing I care about first and foremost, yes? The abolishment of the bourgeois. Yeah. This is done through market socialism. You set the stage, right? People considered the proletarian state, or the dictatorship of the proletariat, a necessary precondition for the establishment of full socialism, because first you need to make sure the right people have their hands on the reins, and that allows you to then move forward with the more radical and transformative goals. Everything, fundamentally, is transitionary. There is no end point in a totality. You're always transitioning towards something else, hopefully something better. The other argument that I would make, frankly, is that I'm always open to better solutions, but the type of people who criticize market socialism for delaying the transition to real socialism are also the types of people who believe that China is moving towards socialism. I've seen the types of societies these people believe are moving towards socialism, and I am not convinced by the preferability of their solution.
Right. Yeah. Let me just be clear on one thing. Under no circumstances am I saying like any of these 20th century so-called socialist states are good, right? I am like anything but a tanky. I think they're all oppressive, morally reprehensible authoritarian regimes, right? But in saying that, I think there's an additional criticism that can be levied where, obviously at the time, per their own statements and their theories, right, these were perceived as also transitionary states, right? Lenin, for instance, viewed the October Revolution and then the establishment of the Soviet Union to be a transitionary stage towards establishing socialism. He says as much constantly, and even conceded that the Soviet Union, obviously before he died, was not a socialist society. It was still moving towards socialism. And what do we see in the Soviet Union, China, North Korea, Cuba, right? We see one of two things, both of which are regressive if your actual goal is the establishment of socialism, right? You see either regression into state capitalism, as with China, where market reforms eventually take over and they just become a nominally capitalist country.
Right.
Or you see what Trotsky called degenerated worker states, where they're not exactly like market societies, but there is a class of people who are functionally just a bourgeois class who basically control workers and are highly totalitarian and highly authoritarian. Yeah, so what I'm getting at, and this is the broader point. What I'm getting at is like, what reason do you have to think, I guess, market socialism would not constitute the same sort of regressive society? Like, do you think retaining some elements of capitalistic markets and market exchanges and such could lead to the same sort of regression we saw in the Soviet Union, China, Cuba, etc.?
No, because I think I can say with objective confidence that market socialism is more democratic than the society we have today. The societies they all proposed were not more democratic than what we have today. The systems they advocated for, their transitionary systems, the Marxist-Leninists, the Maoists, the what have you, their transitionary systems always entailed some sort of reigning authoritarian body guiding the proletariat of their country towards a desirable outcome. Since democracy is ultimately what this should all be about, I mean, that was what Marx wrote about, after all. I've read enough Marx to know this, at least. Marx didn't write, about everyone being equal, or about, like, the vanguard party shepherding the working class over, etc., etc. No. Marx wrote about freedom. And ultimately, all of his political prescriptions were in aid of the goal of promoting the freedom of the working class. So, if your way of doing this is what, through Dengism? What, through Soviet-style, what these people do? No, I think it's ridiculous.
Those things are bad, for sure, right?
Right.
But I'm saying, like
do
if
no
I were
harm,
to, if I were...
right? At least
right,
the system
exactly.
I advocate for. A positive step. Will it prolong market economies? Well, it won't if you can't provide a better and faster solution to abolishing them. And so far, I haven't seen one done, so... I think a lot of people just like being Puritans, frankly. They like obsessing over this. They don't really want communism or socialism or what have you. A lot of them are just, well, there are two groups, I think. They're either people who are well off in Western countries, for whom socialism is purely an aesthetic exercise, a virtue signal, essentially. Even if they believe it, it's mostly about how well can they pose as one. It might as well be a costume. And there are also a lot of people who are essentially doomers. They're communists and socialists, not purely for the political prescriptions they entail, but also because they have this deep-seated belief that there's no way to affect positive change within the system that exists now, so they might as well adopt a political ideology that gives them an excuse for holding off, which I think is unproductive. If people think market socialism will delay addressing the problems with capitalism, then I'm all for it. But the people who make those criticisms are the same types of people who say that we need a global revolution now to prevent climate change. Or that, like, you know, the proletariat in America need to rise up, like, today to overthrow. These people are delusional. They have no understanding of the systems that they're criticizing, much less of political efficacy. Maybe I'm consumed too much by political efficacy. Maybe that's why I care about these issues and speak for them the way that I do. But I would much rather be cautiously in favor of something that I know will work than recklessly in favor of something which I know won't.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think all of that is perfectly fine. And what I would say in conjunction with that is something like, I think there's an important balance to strike in the pursuit of something like market socialism or greater equity for workers, because you can operate within the current system and engage in legislative practices and push reforms that improve quality of life for workers with the ultimate long-term goal of workers owning the means of production with the retention of a market system, right? I think that's fine. But, and I think you'll just agree with me here, most likely, one needs to be exceptionally careful in doing that, not to engage in what I'll call bourgeois apologism or like bourgeois regression. And what I mean by that is, like, obviously, because both economic systems in question here are fundamentally market systems, right? Market socialism has a market, capitalism has a market. There's a substantive difference in advocating for things that promote market socialism and promote worker equity, and advocating for policies that may prima facie seem to be socialist or seem to be pro-worker, but in actuality just allow the bourgeois to retain power in another form, or perhaps more subtly retain power.
This would be my criticism of China, though, right? With the CCP and the billionaires with direct control over the...
Absolutely. I think that's the problem. That's the main issue with China, right? I think they largely use Marxism and Maoism and all these, you know, revolutionary ideologies just as like a smokescreen for what is actually happening, which is tight, rigid authoritarian control of the economy that props up, obviously, both the CCP and a functionally bourgeois class. And that's the exact kind of regression I'm talking about, right? Because China likes to call itself a socialist market economy, right? Whatever that's supposed to even mean in China's context. But the point is, like, China, and this is what we're trying to avoid with the establishment of market socialism, China basically has its cake and gets to eat it too, because they can push forward for some sort of legislative reform and say, you know, hey guys, I'm Xi Jinping. I'm advocating for the establishment of Maoism. I'm moving towards the great new utopia. But in actuality, what Xi Jinping is doing is just propping up state capitalism, right? State-controlled businesses that compete on the international market and are just nominally capitalist enterprises. Do you get what I'm saying?
Of course. Well, I mean, the obvious retort that I would make, essentially, is that if anyone criticizing me for the potential for, like, preserving the power of the bourgeois in just another form, if anyone is criticizing me for that point, then they had better never have said the words existing socialism at any point in any defense of any existing state. Because, you can take a look, whether you're looking at Vietnam, China, the Soviet Union, or what have you, it seems like pretty much every pre-existing socialist project has worked to preserve the power of like an autocratic group with a different set of class interests than the proletariat. Again, I'm amenable to better solutions. It's just so much of this discourse is had in bad faith. I swear most of the socialists that I argue with online over this seem to have, like, an elementary schooler's understanding of political advocacy. Like,
Yeah, I hope you don't take it that I'm coming off.
No. You're testing me. You're not advocating for this. But many of the people who push for this, it's like it's almost offensive to me, because many of the the socialist writers we so envy, were quite pragmatic in the advocacy of the positions they hold, very much so actually, and they were very thoughtful too. I mean, hell, even Marx said that with countries like America, it may be possible to achieve socialism through bourgeois electoralism. If you say that, like on most socialist boards here today now, they'll call you a lib for it. It's from the horse's mouth, baby. But they don't care. It just doesn't look socialist to them. It's like, the aesthetic isn't ideal, so they reject it. It's all very silly.
Yeah, I mean, I would be inclined to agree there. I think just to, like, wrap things up, because I think we've gotten to the crux of the issue, there's merit in describing oneself as a market socialist, but beyond a broad economic qualifier like that, a broad economic tent, if you will, you need to be exceptionally cautious in what policies you're specifically advocating for, because we have examples of two things, right? We have examples, and obviously, I don't think any fucking 20th century state that has called itself socialist is actually socialist, right? That's a crock of shit, frankly. But the establishment of these 20th century quote-unquote socialist regimes have lended themselves to one of two things. They've either lended themselves to what Trotsky called deformed or degenerated worker states, where obviously, you know, there's a functionally bourgeois party that is just the political class, and the workers get screwed over, and it's an authoritarian, totalitarian regime, very divorced from what Marx had in mind when he was discussing socialism, right? And then the other potential outcome for 20th century socialist regimes has been state capitalism, right? Market reforms that have just resulted in a China-type situation that I don't know how anybody in their right mind would qualify modern China as a socialist country. It's just one of the most obnoxious things in leftist discourse. But the point is, like, I think, and maybe this is a lib take you'll disagree with, in the interim, right, within the capitalist mode of production, in terms of advocating for greater worker equity and greater rights for workers, right? Mm-hmm. You can just say something like, we should move towards something like a social democracy, or just like quote unquote better capitalism, and that will provide workers with political capital necessary to then advocate for the establishment of something like market socialism, or even a further type of socialism, right? You don't need to do something like, say, you know, let's raise the minimum wage. I think a lot of those policies are just like basically retaining bourgeois power at the end of the day. There needs to be, and maybe you'll disagree with this, there needs to, the sorts of policies that socialists should be advocating for are things that represent a fundamental change in the modus operandi of the government, right? Something like a UBI, right? As an example, right? A UBI provides workers with breathing room and political capital such that now, instead of like struggling to feed themselves, they can engage in the sort of political advocacy that would be necessary for long-term establishment of socialism. I don't know what your thoughts are on UBI, but the point I'm just making is that we should exercise caution in the specific policies and political programs that we're advocating for, even if we want to be pragmatic and reformist a little bit.
Yeah, well, I think that even if you're a full-blown communist, I think that you should be able to agree with social democrats like Sam Cedar types on pretty much 99% of issues, you know? A lot of social democrats are amenable to socialist ideas. They're just, society isn't in a place where they feel like solutions that radical are necessary, you know? For example, like, if you live in a kind of a rickety house that's on fire, people care most about putting out the fire. And if you're like, okay, sure, the fire should be put out, but after that's done, you know, we could really do with, like, reconstructing the floorboards to make it a little more stable, they'll look at you like you're a lunatic. You know, the house is on fire. So, it's about setting people up to be disappointed in the right ways. It's one of the reasons why I'm very adamant about the importance of making sure Democrats are in power. As long as Republicans are in power, social democrats and even progressive liberals are never going to care about more substantive critiques of the system, because there's such an obvious off-the-cuff solution to so many of them. Defeat the Republicans. They're lunatics, the Republicans. Like, that's obvious. Why would you, like, what?
Right.
If Donald Trump is in office, if God King Trump for his, like, 5th term, why would you ever care to argue about, why would you ever care to argue about, like, the fundamental reform of the relationship between the workers and the business? Like, it's abstract, you know? So what you do, as a good lefty, in my humble opinion, and people, I mean, they don't like this, whatever, what I think you should do is you should try to stay, you know, a little bit humble. Relate to the problems that people have on their own terms. Don't freak out at people and try to hit them with some crazy economic Marxian theory. Agree on the solutions that are obvious, but when you can, try to sell them on a more substantive solution. When people are talking about unions, say, hey, unions are great. I agree. They raise wages. But isn't it kind of interesting that what we're fighting for right now is for there to be a separate, smaller institution within a business that gives us the power to fight back against overreaches of the business's power? wouldn't it make a little bit more sense if the business just didn't have the power over us to begin with? Little stuff like that. And you can sell them on the more institutional critiques, as long as you're willing to hear them out on the more, I don't know, I don't want to say trivial, the more standard ones. This is what I believe, and I think you can convince many people this way.
Sure. Do you? So I guess a follow-up question to that would be something like, while I agree Republicans suck, they're very bad people. No offense to any Republicans in the audience, you know.
Yes, no offense.
Although I mean it's a Vosh stream, so you know, kind of out of place. No offense. The point is like, why do you think like political capital and political effort is better invested in, say, propping up Biden, right, or propping up AOC, or propping up Bernie Sanders, or like any of these people, right, that you and I are obviously going to agree are immensely preferable to Republican politicians and Republican candidates? Or do you think that political capital and our time is better invested in the establishment and promotion of quote-unquote workers' parties, even ones that are not nominally socialist? So something like a market socialist political party, right? Obviously, it's a third party. We operate in a two-party bipartisan system. It's very hard for third parties to gain meaningful political capital. But it seems like with sufficient effort, I mean, unless you think it's just logically impossible for a worker party to gain that level of prominence, it's basically one of two options, right? A, do you think like it's just a false dichotomy and one can advocate for the promotion of a workers' party while still advocating for, like, you know, AOC over some Republican contender for her seat? Or two, do you think it is dichotomous and it's just a waste of time to promote workers' parties, and given that we should engage in the promotion of like leftist Democratic candidates within the Democratic Party? Because I take the latter, right? I would advocate for both. I take the latter, where you just say, well, there's not much we can do with respect to third parties. We should just primarily focus on AOC, Bernie, you know, squad types. I take that to almost be political defeatism, because it seems to suggest that within the confines of the American political apparatus, all that will ever be possible is the Dems or the Republicans. And I don't know if you would agree with a statement like that.
As long as we still have first past the post, I would agree with that statement, yeah. As long as the voting system is as it is right now, it's that, the Democrats or the Republicans. Of course, it doesn't always have to be that way. And the Democrats are more likely to reform our voting system than the Republicans are, pretty significantly, though not as much as it needs to be. And when that happens, I think, it becomes less dichotomous. Even if we did have a viable, like, market socialist party, I would probably advocate to just participate in, like, the Democratic primaries to prefer progressive candidates, and also vote for the, you know, the market socialist party in the general election, assuming it's not first past the post and we're not dealing with Republicans being sort of the forebear there. The presence of fascism, or of the far right, is kind of like the bludgeoning stick that the Democrats use to get away with remaining moderates. As long as there's the threat that progressivism can be unpopular and thus lead to a Republican victory, it's easier for them to get away with moderation. So we must deny them that excuse by ensuring that Republicans are electorally unviable. And then maybe it's the moderate Dems versus the progressive Dems. And then you have to do the exact same thing all over again, right? Except this time with the moderate Dems. And then maybe it is with the progressive Dems and the market socialists, right? And so on and so on. That's the dream, at least. How possible that is really depends on how effectively we can sell our message. And I think that it becomes easier to sell our message the more ideologies adjacent to ours are normalized. Like Bernie Sanders. Did Bernie Sanders call for, you know, the elimination of all private industry? No, but I bet you there are a hell of a lot more communists in America because of him. So...
yeah, for sure.
Right. Take advantage of, you know, the discourse when possible. And, I guess just be aware that we're probably, at least right now, not living in revolutionary conditions. I know that's frustrating to some people, because it's like, oh my god, George Floyd, BLM, the housing crisis. We're not in revolutionary conditions right now. Americans are not willing to go out there and fight and die to secure a better life at the moment. That's just not people just aren't at that state at the moment. So chill out for a sec and meet people where they're at. Maybe it takes a while to get to a better world, but shit, I mean, at least we stay on the right road.
Yeah, I absolutely agree that, like, obviously the conditions necessary for a revolution don't exist currently, and I think, like, advocating for a revolution is actually damaging to the broader leftist movement, primarily because, like, and I'm sure, I think you've said this before, so you'll just probably agree. If I were to approach, like, a construction worker, right, who obviously he's a member of the working class, I want him to be a leftist, and I start talking about things like an armed insurrection against the government, he's just one of two things is going to happen. Either his brain is going to turn off, or he's going to report me to the authorities. Neither of which are very conducive to moving him to the left, right? So I agree that, like, the tactics that are typically engaged by, we'll say, the less extreme elements of the left are certainly preferable to the tactics that are advocated for by Marxist, Leninists, and tankies. But
yeah, who gets convinced by those guys? Seriously, who gets moved to leftism for this? Maybe 14-year-olds. I imagine the rhetoric is very compelling to people who like being edgy. But this, like, gulag, gut the rich, etc., I would be willing to bet far more people are moved to the left by the calm and passive delivery of social democratic reform arguments than they ever could be by, like, Soviet LARPing. And maybe that says a lot about where we are right now, but...
Right, I actually think it's kind of like a psychological thing. So tell me what you think of this, because I've been mulling over this for a while. I almost feel like, this is not to call people stupid or anything, but you know, nuanced discussions of political policy, in-depth conversations about how political systems function, these sorts of things, right, are a lot more complex and a lot more, we'll say, difficult to digest than something like burn it all down, blow it up. And what I mean by that is, like, if you have some sort of angst against the system, if you've been exploited under capitalism, which of course many people have, myself included. I'm from a poor background myself, I get it, right? But it seems like almost politically lazy in a lot of instances to just then say something like, well, rather than, like, figuring out the mechanisms of how the system functions, rather than talking about policy, rather than promoting things within the political apparatus that I think will immediately benefit both my life and the lives of those in a similar economic station, it's much easier and less mentally taxing to just say, it's time to blow it up, it's time to burn it down, it's time for, like, you know, eat the rich type rhetoric, right? It almost strikes me as like lazy. I don't know how else to put it, right?
Well, it's certainly, like, easier than the alternative, right? Giving, like, the... so, not to jerk myself off, but I do think about the things that I believe in a lot. It's my job to. If I didn't, then, you know, I would get epically owned in online debates more than I already do, I guess. And the arguments that I make, like, none of this is, like, fun, you know? I don't get some great euphoria out of promoting, say, Biden over Trump, or for saying that we're probably not going to see a socialist society in our lifetime, or for saying that
you're not a CIA agent, despite the accusations.
Yeah, you know, as fun as that would be, and as well as that would pay, I'm not a CIA agent. So, like, this isn't all about catharsis for me, but the burn it all down, eat the rich type stuff, that can be very cathartic. You take a look at, like, a lot of these, very silly people in the online left, I can tell they're having a tremendous amount of fun with the political prescriptions they're making, God bless them. But I don't think they lead people down the right road. Even if you're radicalized by that type of rhetoric, are you being radicalized in a direction that, that actually promotes good? That makes you politically efficacious? That enriches you and enriches your community? That makes you a good and productive political agent? I don't know. I don't think so. It seems like it does the opposite. It makes you a doomer. It makes you nihilistic. It makes you unwilling to engage in the system because nothing's good enough, you know? Why bother with engaging in the nuances of the system as it exists when the system as it exists is cringe, and not even revolutionary or based or red-pilled? Why not wait for that revolution? Why not just sit there forever?
Yeah, and the other consideration, and I don't mean to sound like a PragerU correspondent, but the other consideration is that while obviously socialism as a broad political spectrum has been strawmanned to fucking death in the liberal media, right? There's truth. There's some degree of truth to the claim that like every attempt at like a Marxist-Leninist or Leninist type regime or a Maoist type regime, including of course China itself, the Soviet Union, Cambodia, right? A lot of people died, and a good majority of the people that were killed in those political revolutions were not what Marx would call or Engels would call the bourgeois, right? Take China, right? Obviously, the tanky apologetic here is to just say, well, it was a consequence of them trying to industrialize rapidly. But the point is, like, does that really excuse the fact that millions of Chinese people died as a consequence of a famine that was obviously exacerbated by the policies of the Chinese Communist Party? And
really stupid policy, too. Every farmer produce pig iron in your backyard, stop producing grain. Like, this is some delusional shit. Like, this is some, like, second grader playing Civ 6 type shit, you know?
Well, and in addition to that, I know you've talked to Hakim before. He said something like, well, one of the failures of 20th century socialism was the intention that socialist states, particularly the USSR, had of competing with the West, right? Competing with the capitalist hegemonic system globally, right? And that's the reason why they tried to industrialize so rapidly. And as a consequence of that ultra rapid industrialization, so many people fucking died. But the point is, like, if you advocate for that type of system, if you advocate for a revolution within capitalist hegemony, it seems like there's good inductive reason to think that any regime of that nature is just going to, again, try to compete with hegemonic capitalist control because they kind of have to in order to not get invaded, right? And that, as a consequence, is going to result in millions upon millions of people starving to death or being executed or being sent to political prisons. So if that's the case, not to sound like a defeatist, but if that's the case, then it seems like the thing that should be done is what Marx and Engels called gradualism. What we should do is very, very, very slowly wither away the capitalist mode of production through a nominally pro-worker reforms and politics, and eventually we'll get to the day where we can establish a socialist system without having to engage in that sort of competition, and as a consequence, millions of people don't die unnecessarily. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, you have to do this shit well, or there's no point in doing it at all. Christ, can you imagine if our our Enlightenment forefathers had been anywhere near as myopic as so many of these LARPy socialists online? Oh yeah, we're going to do democracy. And what we're going to do in order to achieve that is we're just going to have individual villages across the Kingdom of England, you know, declare secession and say they are now a democratic republic. And, like, I don't know, they'll just, like, take it from there, I guess. And, like, any attempt to barter with the aristocracy or bide for time is counter-revolutionary or some shit. Like, no.
Right.
There actually were early attempts at democracies that failed after the Enlightenment, specifically because they didn't make the necessary provisions. They didn't take the time. They didn't put the thought necessary into doing this right. And I don't know, that just seems kind of pathetic to me. I mean, if we really do have the right idea on this, then shouldn't it be easy for us to make the argument that we need to take the time to make sure it's done right?
Right. Yeah. I think you and I just agree on that point, then. I think even if you're a revolutionary, whatever that's supposed to mean anymore, the point is, like, presumably you would still concede that the conditions necessary for a successful seizure of the means of production just don't exist right now. And if you try to seize the means of production within the current capitalist hegemony, you're either just going to get crushed, right, by, like, the imperialist West, as people call it, right?
Right.
Or if you succeed and you actually manage to establish a nominally socialist government, you're just going to get millions of people killed as a consequence of trying to compete with that imperialistic West, right? So no matter how you slice it, right, either way, advocating for revolution right now is not only, like, politically impotent, you're not really, like, helping workers in the short term, you're also very likely advocating for something that is detrimental to the goals of workers, because outside of the deaths, right, when these socialist regimes collapse, it just, I mean, like, it's a field day for people in the West, right? What happened when the Soviet Union collapsed? Every, like, American journalist and media correspondent just immediately started jacking off and kept jacking off for, like, years
They
to this
never,
day,
they
right?
to this day, they're still jacking off, yeah.
Right. So, yeah, I think we just agree. Like, there is not considerable merit in, at least right now, advocating for a revolution, right? It just seems like wildly antithetical to the long-term goals of workers and the quality of life for members of the working class. So, yeah, I agree there.
Well, I'm happy to see that we agree on most of this. I wasn't entirely sure what to expect, but
Right.
it seems that we're both right. I appreciate you coming on, by the way.
For sure. If you ever want to have another conversation, like, obviously we're at it on Discord, so just shoot me a message and I'm happy to.
Yeah. Can you shout out all your socials?
Yeah, for sure. So I'm New American Left Guy thing. On Twitter, I'm New Left Press, all one word, obviously. On YouTube, I'm New American Left. It's probably preferable to follow me on Twitter because that's where I give like my spicy takes more often. The stuff on YouTube is like more video essay type stuff. I really enjoyed the conversation, Voss. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, it was a tremendous pleasure. Hopefully it was the profound intellectuality of this conversation that is making me so bad at this video game right now. Hopefully that gets a little better. Anyway, thank you again, and have a wonderful night.
You too. See ya.
See ya. All right. A lovely time for a brief stream outage, huh? Whew. All right. Hello. Come on, come back, come back. There we go. Wow. So, here's what we're going to do, okay? I've had quite enough of talking. I think it's time you guys talk to me. Let me read the donations that are already here, and then I'm going to activate text-to-speech, okay? HTTP Lovecraft, thank you for the very kind $10. You're not getting me to play Satisfactory. Dyson Sphere program was enough, comrade. Some Engineer, thanks to the 2 gifted Tier 1 subs. Dr. Doomer, thank you for the Tier 1 sub. That Damn Tyrant, likewise. Matthew H25, thank you for the 2 $5 donations. I can't play New Vegas, I'm afraid, because I've played it myself recently. But we'll probably play more throwback games for sure. I anticipate this. How can you tell if China's economy is falling if their system seems to be run like the Soakdams? It's not that their economy is falling, it's just that growth is slowing. That Damn Tyrant, thank you for the very kind $5. Malyo with the Tier 1 sub, thank you very much. Rebecca Med, thank you for the Tier 2 sub, really appreciate that. And Schluppen Life with the $5. I'm sorry, I can't show any links right now, but your baby is absolutely delightful. Oh, but can I show it for but a moment? Here we go. Baby. What an interesting face pattern. Ooh. Little baby. Alright, let me turn on, It should be such that everything plays out loud just fine now. Let's make sure, huh? Alright, hold on. Hold on. Alert box. Donations. Open text-to-speech enabled. It's $10 is the text-to-speech, or $9.99 over Super Chat, because I know it defaults to the penny saver over there. I'm going to set that up. Open text-to-speech, enabled. Save settings. All right. And now I just adjust the alerts display, refresh. Okay, that should work. Let me make sure that works. Test donation. it would probably help if I had the thing up there. There we go. Test donation. No TTS. Do it again. No noise at all. Hold on. What if I disabled control audio?
This is a test donation for $12. Oh.
Well, that sounds like it works. Have we not had audio alerts for like a million years? I don't think we have. If I control audio via OBS... Hold on. It's not producing any audio, even though it says it is. No! Sake, I was still testing, you fucking moron! Sake, no! Seriously, why is it not... No! Stop!
Will you do a research stream?
Fine,
never
hold
again?
on. Okay. Okay. I'll read those out loud myself. Sake with a very kind $10. That feel when your Twitter account gets hacked, spans hundreds of identical tweets via bot, then gets banned when you appeal the auto system fucks you? Wait, really? Damn, that actually sucks. I'm really sorry. And Sadie hangs the $10. Will you do a research stream ever again? I watched the one you did on co-ops 3 years ago and found it super helpful. Yeah, I would love to do more in the future. 100%. Absolutely, I would. Yeah. Okay. We're going to cut down the audio a little bit because it was quite loud. Okay. Test. Wow, that's loud.
This is a test donation for $32. Oh.
Okay, cut it down a little bit more. Oh, this is a real one! Thank you for the $5. Baby pigeon feel when you pet the baby. I've never had a Sphinx cat. She feels like velvet. You know what? Honestly, I'm setting... Wait! Why didn't that play? Oh my god, is this thing on? I guess it's not. Okay, hold on. Oh god. Why? Hold on. Hold on. I'm editing the settings. Hold on. Okay. Please. Okay, test donation. Now it's not saying anything. What? No, I want the Vosh bad to play. Wait, how did I break it? Wait, it's enabled. What? Wait, I'm getting triggered right now. Hold on. Nobody donate. Stop. I'll stay here for as long as I need to. I'm not going anywhere. Okay, first we need to cut down the volume even further because... I think the ones that are working are from YouTube Super Chats. Let's try test Super Chat. Wait, refresh the thing? Okay, try it. Boss bad. Boss bad. Boss bad. Boss bad. Boss bad. Boss bad. Why is it not working anymore? And why isn't the volume being edited? Am I on the right thing? What's the code? D57D, etc., etc.? Is it the right alert code? D5... Yeah, it is! What? No!
Boss bad.
Test!
Boss bad. Boss bad.
This is a test donation for $22.
Is it?
Boss bad. Boss bad. Boss bad.
This is a test super chat alert for $44.
Cool. Is it gonna work now?
Boss bad. Boss bad. Boss bad.
Bosh, what do you call a tanky who's pro-America? The horse's name was Friday.
What? Why did it cut off there?
Boss bad. Boss bad. Boss bad.
Why did that not play? I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it. Hold on. I'm gonna lose it. This used to work. It's because... No, I set the thing to $5. I set the thing to $5. To $4.99. I'm gonna lose it.
Boss bad. Boss
Why is it
bad.
so loud?
Boss bad.
Ha ha h h a h a h a h a h h a a a a h h a a a.
Why did that play?
Boss bad. Boss bad.
Why is it so
Boss
loud?
bad.
Why did... Oh, well, that didn't play because that's $5 Canadian. And thank you, Thomas. I appreciate that.
Boss
Canadian
bad.
dollars being worth
Boss
less.
bad. Boss bad.
Why did that not play? That's more than the previous money. What?
Boss bad. Boss bad. Boss bad.
What is happening? What is happening? Are there two separate? Hold on. I'm switching over.
Boss bad. Boss bad. Boss bad.
Xander Hall couldn't make it work with the site. He only got it to read the amount at the message. The test worked, but real donos failed.
Wait, is it breaking for everyone? White Nervosa wants me on Discord. That's never good. Now my keyboard's not working.
Boss bad. Boss bad. Boss bad.
Okay, I know why that didn't play, because I also have spam detection on. It's all coming apart. I don't have a backup. This is still the $20 wireless.
Boss bad. Boss bad. Boss bad.
That was a site donation. Right now the site donations aren't working.
Boss bad. Boss bad. Boss bad. Boss
4,000
bad.
cops.
Boss
Why
bad.
is it so loud?
Bad.
Hold on. Why is it so loud? Separate audio source. Test!
Boss bad. Boss bad. Boss bad.
This is a test.
I can
donation for
see it
$51.
doing the sound thing, Advanced audio properties. That had audio? Wait, you guys could hear that donation? Because I couldn't.
This is
You can hear
because
that?
of MK Ultra.
Why isn't it playing to me?
Bosh bad, bosh bad, bosh bad.
Up! Up! Turn it up!
Bosh bad, bosh bad, bosh bad. Bosh bad, bosh bad.
I'm so
bosh
mad
bad.
right now.
I am reading it now largely because of your mentions of that history.
Wait, now it's not working? But I turned the volume up. What?
Bosh bad, bosh bad, bosh bad.
This is a test donation.
Did
for
you hear that?
$12. Oh.
Why can't I hear it? Don't you think that would be helpful? If I could also hear it? How do I even fix that? OBS.
Bosh bad, bosh bad, bosh bad.
OBS audio not playing to user? You need audio monitoring on? Is that what we're looking for? Hold on. Properties. Advanced audio properties. Monitor. On. Test!
Bosh bad.
I can
bosh
hear it!
bad, bosh bad.
This is a test donation for $18. Oh.
Was it louder that time? What it...
$87. Oh.
Bosh bad, bosh bad, bosh bad.
This is a test donation for $87. Oh.
Bosh bad, bosh bad, bosh bad.
What if it is,
Bosh bad, bosh bad, bosh bad.
This is a test donation for $66. Oh.
How loud
Bosh
is that?
bad, bosh bad, bosh bad. Bosh bad, bosh bad, bosh bad.
Thanks, Connor Sherney. Why didn't that play? Okay, I'm sorry.
Bosh
Something...
bad, bosh bad, bosh bad.
This is not a test donation for $25. I'm sorry, guys. There is some insane shit going down that I need to fix off stream. I love you. All the donations will be read normally. Okay, I'm sorry. We're turning it off. Shut it down.
Bosh bad, bosh bad.
Shut it down.
Bosh bad.
Bomber Vouch.
Why do you work and not the other ones? Shut it down. Shut it down. I checked Discord, and in it, White Nervosa said, shut it down. Shut it down.
Bosch bad. Bosch bad.
Fuck you. Okay.
Bosch bad. Bosch bad. Bosch bad. Bosch bad. Bosch bad. Bosch bad.
There. Okay. All right. All donations will be read as usual. I love you. I'm sorry. Absolutely infuriating.
Bosch bad. Bosch bad. Bosch bad.
No promises, Primo38. All right! Monk! Please. Right. Okay. Whew. Wait, he takes your hat when you grab him? Turn yourself down or the game up? This is fine. Chill. Don't we have to bring this monkey up to the cage? You're literally so loud? I didn't adjust my audio in any way.
Bosch bad. Bosch bad.
I'm getting mixed signals. I'll turn it down a bit. There. Jesus. I'm being gaslit right now. All right. Is this the monkey that I'm supposed to bring up? Or is it another monkey? Is he following me? God damn it. So it's another monkey. Okay, I'm just gonna assume the answer is yes. I think my microphone just got mad at me screaming into it for a while. Okay? I think that's what happened. Fine. Oh. Well, it's nice having the alerts back up, I guess. Didn't even notice they were gone, honestly. It's hard for me to keep track of all the professionalism stuff because when I'm streaming, I'm just having so much fun. I think I'll turn that down just a little bit, though. I'm just having so much fun, you know? What happened to that toss a coin song? I just need to import it over. Monkey. Bonk. Bonk. Monk. 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 Here. Monk. Yes! Monkey. Now I am king of monkey. Was that last convo a segment? Yeah, probably, right? It was a pretty good conversation. Monkey. Handstand monkey. Exactly what I intended. Nice. How's the game volume? Want me to turn it up a tad? I'll turn it up a couple points. There we go. I think that sounds nice. We're getting 120 stars tonight, folks. Dun, 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 dun. Playing Pathologic 2 for the first time, any tips? Yes, murder. It's the only way. Aw, that was almost good. Mamma mia. You ever played Undertale? I have played Undertale, yes. I've even done fan art. Ooh, they mad. They don't like the fan art bit. I didn't mean to do that. Was it of Sans Undertale? No, it was of Papyrus, thank you. And Undyne. Also, I think an artist friend of mine once drew Undyne bench pressing me, which I think is funny. Yeah. Wahoo! There's more fan art of Undertale than every comic relating to the MCU. Well, Undertale's good, and the MCU is shit, so makes sense. God damn it. Alright, where's the last one? Where are you hiding? Up there? Might be up there. That didn't work. Nope. Nope, that whole strategy. Do you remember Mr. Douchebag? You mean that, like, ancient YouTube animatic song? Yeah, I remember that. Dude, those were the glory days of YouTube. It's still in my head. The boom 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 boom. Dum 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 dum. That one? Yeah. There it is. There's the last red coin. Come on. Get in my belly. Kind of a... Do we risk it? I think we're risking it. We probably shouldn't. The goddamn camera. There we go. Nice! Thoughts on Thanos? Yeah, here's the thing I don't understand. So you know how Thanos was defeated by Ant-Man crawling up his asshole and expanding, thus exploding him from the inside? Why wouldn't the inside of Thanos be as strong as the outside of Thanos? This is like a really common, like, trope in the, This is a really, really common trope in the, superhero thing, where it's like the body's weaker on the inside than it is on the outside. Why? You said before the inside of an ass is always soft? Yeah, and like Captain Marvel's tit is probably soft, but it's also probably like indestructible, right? It's soft, that doesn't mean that it's like destructible. Well, Vosh, your body is weaker on the inside? Yeah, well, I don't have superpowers. I don't know. I feel like if you crawled up Thanos' asshole, his insides would be, Oh, I almost had it. His insides would be just as tough. Mamma mia. Most bodies are softer on the inside. That's the point of skin, Vosh. Okay, fine. You want me to get super fucking hyper anal critical about it? Sure, I'll do so, okay? Even if your outside body is basically indestructible, the G-forces your internal organs would be susceptible to, while fighting others in a superhero battle, would necessitate that your insides would have to be just as strong in order to survive, okay? Otherwise, you get punched in the stomach, sure, your skin remains intact, but your internal organs would go flying back at fucking 18,000 G-force and would instantly get obliterated. So that's not working. No. It all needs to be tough, okay? No. You can get to that lower ledge from a mushroom? Oh. Hey guys, want to see a cool trick? I'm gonna get this one up. Just running straight, running straight. Let's go. No, 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 no! Oh. The wind was supposed to push me up. There was the... You saw the wind. Yeah. Let's just continue. So is Thanos supposed to crush him with his asshole? I feel like Ant-Man expanding inside of, Thanos' colon would basically be like Ant-Man expanding inside a vibranium, like, container. He would just get squashed along the interior, okay? Stop. Colons are actually pretty tough IRL. Yeah, I bet yours takes a beating every night. I don't know what I'm implying with that. No! Like, we can't keep doing this game. We can't keep doing this. Ant-Man expanding inside of Thanos would turn him into pudding that would be forced out Thanos' ass and mouth. Oh god, yeah, it would just be like an... Thanos would just cough and then vomit and shit in Ant-Man's smoothie out both ends. That's fucking disgusting. Can we stop? What happened to optics? The left is losing. Ow. fucking ball path here is so random. So random that it's holding up a goddamn spork. Jesus. I don't think I can just jump into there safely. Let's go one level higher. I'm Vosh. True. Okay. There we go. Just like I planned! Hey, Milmu. Don't do it. Oh, cool. Just like I planned. We got this, guys. I don't even see the balls anymore. I just see the code. I just look at the code. Blonde, brunette. I can't wait to be 40 years old and people talk about The Matrix like it's a classic movie that nobody watches anymore. I can't wait. That's gonna be so much fun. Go! Just stop. Other way. You're like 45 now, though. You guys do know how old I am, right? I don't know why I would waste my time asking chat that. I see the code. Well, at least some people remember. Oh, shit. Okay, this time for realio. Here's the dealio. Wait, why don't I just jump down from here? God, I'm stupid. Oh, that wasn't the one? That was a different one. Mysterious mountainside. Which one is that? Like, what? The slide? Oh, yeah, the slide! Oh, shit! I completely forgot about the slide. Yeehaw, bitches. Might actually be better to just... Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go! Just as I planned. Needed a quick rinse. Just as I planned! Needed 2 quick rinses. I think I've heard of that video. The Ant-Man asshole hypothesis. Alright, stream, I'm talking about the tweet that says character late not being hot enough for me, a man. Because for fuck's sake, Warren's talking about the male gaze. Oh yeah, enjoy, Lena Lux. You mean the Horizon Zero Dawn? You guys saw that Horizon Zero Dawn tweet that got ratioed into the fucking stratosphere, right? The one where it's like, ugh, you need to let fans design this girl. She's not hot. Oh, you guys didn't see that? Oh, it was really good. It's good content. Fake wall! Is that not it? This? Oh. Wah, 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 wah. Come. Oh! This song is a classic. Oh god, I don't remember this. I don't remember Les Twist. Oh. Cool. Clean. 6 stars remaining. Now, if I remember correctly, the way to get down... It's not this way, right? Bosh, I was wondering, what are your top 3 GameCube games? I don't know if I have top 3, really. I really liked... I mean, Smash Melee, obviously. That's a biggie right there. Hold on. Wait, no, I was writing! The Metroid Prime games were super good. Luigi's Mansion was super good. People like to shit talk Super Mario Sunshine, but Super Mario Sunshine is still better than anything and everything they've all ever done in their entire lives put together from now until infinity. Like, people shit talk. Super Mario Sunshine is such an unbelievably good game, but because all of the 3D Mario games are so good, it still gets dumped on. Fuck you. Yahoo! Danger, strong gusts. Cool. If I remember correctly, this level isn't a tough one to get 100 coins on. Calculating velocity. Calculations unsuccessful. Mamma mia. Chat, how does Sword Art Online go? Sword Art Online fucking sucks. I'm sorry. I know this is like the standard anime take or for pretentious people or what, but yeah, Sword Art Online is not good. Isekai is a shit genre, okay? You know what's good? Reverse Isekai, alright? I want a samurai from the Sengoku period, okay? To arrive in modern Tokyo and have to get a day job, alright? That's what I want. There have been reverse isekais, but they also tend to suck. I actually haven't seen Devil as a Part-Timer. Samurai Jack? Yeah, well, everyone loves Samurai Jack, so point made, right? Dragon's Maid is reverse isekai? Yeah, too bad. It's for pedos. Calculated! Have I seen Dragon Prince? Nah, it didn't look that good to me. 5 stars. The Owl House is an isekai? That's true. The Owl House is an isekai. What is isekai? Isekai just means, like, trapped in another world. A story about, like, the protagonist... Usually, isekai stories are like, a person on Earth dies and, like, gets awoken in a fantasy or medieval world, and they're, like, a hero or something. Generally speaking, isekai is, like, the worst and most degenerate trash anime genre that has ever existed, okay? Because it is the most pure distillation of wish fulfillment for, like, sad, lonely people that I've ever seen. It's such a raw, concentrated type of sadness. Like, all these stories play out the same. I'm looking at you, ReZero, okay? Some loser dude who nobody likes and who has no skills dies IRL, and then he wakes up in a fantasy world full of hot anime babes who are super into him for some reason. And even though he's fucking useless in real life, his knowledge of video games actually makes him a very effective hero in the fantasy world. It's so bad. Don't you fucking bot me! What's wrong with that, Vosh? Look, I have nothing against wish fulfillment fantasies, but it's such a shallow, pandering one, you know? It almost makes me want to see, like, a reverse of the isekai protagonist, you know? Wouldn't it be funny as fuck if there was an isekai protagonist who was like a Chad IRL? Just like a fucking Giga Chad, you know? But he's useless in the fantasy world? Or something like that? Or like he gets coddled by everyone around him or something like that? I don't know, I think it'd be kind of funny. Have I seen Konosuba? Yeah, I have. Konosuba's funny. There's like 5 recent isekai self-inserts where the MC buys a child slave. Yeah, that's a really common trope in anime. It's like, get her while she's young and then she'll marry you when she's older. This is enjoyed by isekai fans because all people who like isekai are pedophiles. So that's why it's popular with them. Are Megumin fans pedos? Dude, the sad thing is, Megumin, I think, is actually probably my favorite character in all of, Konosuba. But these fucking degenerate weebs. What manga are you reading right now? I'm not reading anything. Why is it so outwardly prevalent in Japanese? I don't know. Let's not get into the why all anime fans are pedo shit right now. Oh, whoops, that one went on a fucking journey. Hello. Oh no. Oh no! Don't! Oh, thank God. Oh, hey, the Ratatouille. Nice name. God, okay, well, we're fine here because we're far from the edge. No, I had your back! Am I caught up with the OPN manga? Yes, I am. Fuck you. Okay, making progress, making progress. How you do it? No monkey! Clean. Currently reading One Piece right now for the first time. Why can't anime be this comfy and cringe? Dude, One Piece has gotten so good Like, it was good. It was pretty much been good from the beginning, but, like, the current One Piece arc has, 2 canonically trans characters, which is pretty sick, you know? Yeah, the Wano arc. No. Ooh! I'm 27, the Ratatouille. Thoughts on Naruto? Naruto's good, you know. I don't think it's exceptional, but I can see why it's popular. No. Okay, hold on. Let's make sure we get all the coins we can before we go into the slide. You really should read the Naruto manga? Yeah, I can. Oh! Sorry. No, that's inaccessible! Yes! Did you see that? Oh, that puts blocks there. Oh, that was the solution. Okay. Hold on. Wait a second. If I get 100 coins on the slide, is that going to mean that the star appears directly above me and I'm not going to be able to get it because I'll be racing by so quickly? Yes? Shit. We'll see what we can do if we have to do the slide twice. Oh, wait, we can't do the slide twice. Looks like it's time to nut up or shut up, boys. Yee-hoo! '91. Get ready. Okay, slow to a crawl. Wait, that's a... Wait. What? If we can do the slide first, is there a way out after we've done it? No! Well, is it gonna let me do it again? Or does it only let you do it again if you died at the skull part? Whoops. Okay. Okay. Skipped a few coins there, but that's fine. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow. Well, that's 54 coins just from the slide, but once you get out here... Right. So what I'm guessing is there's wind. Again? Okay. Man, once you enter the slide, they are really like, you do not get to do anything else, motherfucker. You are doing this slide until you do it right. Woohoo! Wow. I remember Ratatouille. Okay. Just go! Thank you! Okay, we're fine. This is easy street, as long as we don't engage in some low IQ behavior, we'll be fine, okay? Easy street. Easy street. Easy street. Not again, not again, not again, not again, not again, not again, not again. We need these coins. Need these coins. Yeah. Fuck these guys. Do you invest money in the stock market? There's no such thing as a free lunch, my friend. Except for when I stop by your mom's place. Hey! That's not all I get for free there. Hey-o! I see to vent some frustration after this level. Don't do it. Don't do it. Okay. Come on. Just get all the easy coins. We're so close. We're so close. Yeah, I know there are easy coins back at the beginning. We're on the brink. If I'm not mistaken... Oh no, there actually is one more, 100 coin star we need after this one. It's in the other ice level. Okay. And then we can just head down. I just see code. Come on, where are the coins? We need two. We need 2 coins. Not like this. You passed 1? No, there should be a collection of 5. Hold on. Okay, we're just gonna go down here. Coins. Yeah! First try, baby. We're on world record pace. And we just got this goddamn level. And then we have the flight cap challenge, and I think that's it. Into the igloo. Into the igloo. The igloo's, which way is the igloo? How do we get there? Up this slide right here? I need a shell, yeah. Oh, right, and it doesn't let you do the bounce spin. I need the shell. The shell's up there. Is there another shell? There's only the one shell, right? Yep. Am I ready to be the first person to beat Super Mario 64? You're goddamn right I am. Hold on. Let me see if I can... Well, I think I'll take that method. Let me in. Let me in. Thanks. Coin. There's got to be an invisible cap somewhere around here. There it is. That's what I thought. Yeah, that didn't do anything. Gimme! Nice! Thank you. I'll read all donations shortly. I'm sorry that the TTS didn't work out. Okay, hold on. Wait, I'm missing 3 stars? There should be... Okay, well, next we need to get the 100 coin star, so let's focus on that. Give me that. Goddamn. Thank you. TikTok 100 coin, I did that. You only get 3 stars for 3 coins for jumping on them, I think. I think punching them only gives you 2. Show yourself. Fuck you. You can actually glitch that little guy into giving you infinite coins, but I think we can get a legit 100 coin here without too much trouble. Who's your favorite character from Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood? I don't know. There are so many good ones. Fuck you. Lust? No, Lust was not a good character. Well, not like by the incredible standards of the show, I mean. I mean, Lust was fine, but... Have I ever played Red Dead 2? No, I have not. I don't really like Rockstar games that much. An opinion I hold specifically to trigger fanboys, so please let me know in the comments below how you feel about my opinion. God damn it. Have I heard of Ascension of a Bookworm? No, I don't know what that is. Where'd it... No! Dodged. Hey! That was I landed on top of you. Alright, settle down. Come on, do the thing. Do the thing. Whatever. Oh, Christ. Nutted all over the place. Have I read Dr. Stone? It's dumb fun, yeah. Hold on. Damn it! Okay, we gotta get that jump. Ow. Well. Let's live through it, right? Yep. No, go in the... we don't need it. Alright, well that works too. Okay! What's in that other one? Hopefully not coins. Too slow, dude. Okay, get the red coins down here. We're at 58 coins now. On. Oh, we missed one of those. Are the rest of the ones we need in here? Guys, can we get out of the igloo after we get in? There's an exit, right? We can crawl out after we enter? Yes? Okay. There might be enough in here between all the enemies and coins frozen in that block, but... Okay, yeah, there's clearly an exit here. Nice, San. Very nice. Will do. Moron. The one-click block on Twitter is so useful. I haven't had to do it before, but I had to install the one-click block for the fucking Kink at Pride discourse. Holy shit. Whole lot of opinions I didn't care about during that. My god. Sweet! Okay. Gotten all the 100 coin stars. Now, one of the secret stars we need to get, the flying red coins. What's the last one we're missing? It has to be the 8 red coins on Bowser's thing. That has to be it. I catch the rabbit twice, yes. Yeah, I saw Zan. It really does suck. Alright, let's do this bullshit again. Hold on. I'm gonna really quickly look up a YouTube tutorial for this, because this is gonna take me 30 minutes otherwise. Yes, I talked to Toad. Yes, I got red stage medals. Coins. Hold on. What's the name of this one again? Gimme. Wing Mario over the rainbow. Wow, this is actually like a point-by-point guide. I'd kind of feel like cheating for using this. Alright. Well, good thing I suck. Where's the end of this cloud, please? Just take me out. Take on vaping, ultra cringe. What's wrong with vaping? That is ultra cringe, of course. Okay, talk to Bob Buddy. Aim left and you'll see a red coin at the bottom side of a cloud. Bottom side of a cloud amidst a bunch of green poles. Gotta keep track of this or I'm gonna forget. Aim left, bottom cloud. No? Is this accurate? Bottom side of a cloud. That one's way higher up, isn't it? Yeah, it told me to go down to this cannon. Cool. So this guide is inaccurate. That's just... You know what? We don't need a guide. We're doing this with grit. Are gay male streamers typically tops? Everyone except for me is a bottom, actually. Come on. That's what they were talking about. Not enough. We gotta get to a wing cap. Oh, you see that? Look away. Look away. You see that? How did you manage? You all play this game. It's harder than you remember it is, okay? Does top bottom apply if you're a booba vagooba enjoyer? I mean, top just means you penetrate, and bottom means you're being penetrated, so, like, whatever. That's not what it means? Yes, it is. Fuck you. Can you top and be passive at sex? Yeah, that's, service top. And power bottom is the opposite of that. Alright! Wait, yeah, Vosh people can top with a pussy? Yeah, with a strap-on. What? What? Okay. No, also with hands and mouth, stop saying no, like, I thought they meant, like, with vagina. Like, I don't think you can top with the physical vagina. Like, you can have a vagina, and you can top. I've never seen somebody top with the vagina. Also, riding is topping? No, wait, we're getting shit confused right now. No, hold on, stop. Topping and being on top aren't the same thing, okay? Wait, we're confusing two things here, okay? There are people who use bottom top to refer to who has more of the relative, like, power or leverage in the fucking. And then there are people who use bottom or top to refer to who is doing the fucking and who's doing the getting fucked, okay? Isn't that how it's used? I think it depends on which circles you're in. You could pop a dude's balls with a strong enough pussy? Thank you for your contribution to this discourse. Okay. Yeah, dom and sub and top and bottom are not the same thing. Hence power bottom and service top. No! Still too low. No, soy. Oh god, we're moving way too fast to ground pound. Ah! Okay. Do the thing. Thank you. What happens when one simultaneously tops and bottoms, like they have one dick up their ass, but their dick in another ass? Yeah, the ultimate Chad gay position, actually, is for both people to do, like, it's the 69 position, except you both turn 90 degrees to your left and slide down a little bit, and both of you fuck each other's asses at the same time. It's the ultimate position, okay? It's not top or bottom, dom or sub, verse or switch, okay? It's all-encompassing. It's the omni and the ultimate, the alpha and the omega, okay? That sounds anatomically impossible. Yeah, well, I've seen drawings. Okay, even higher up this time. Oh no. Okay. Jeez. Okay, we got this. Do you know what the Omegaverse is? Isn't that the... No! Isn't the Omegaverse that thing Lindsay Ellis talked about? The one where it's like the horny wolves mark each other or something? Dude, people who are into that shit are so weird. I'm sorry, if you like it, it's fine. Whatever. No kink shame. The men getting pregnant? Yeah. Mpreg is hot, okay. I'm so sorry. But no. I don't understand. All I can... Does the baby form in the prostate or in the colon? What's happening in there? I mean, I know there are men who can get pregnant if they have wombs, like they're trans, but like, what's happening? The colon, sorry. The baby forms in the balls? Yeah, see, that's hot. But everyone, they just draw it in the stomach, you know? Like it's F-preg, okay? If instead it was like, you had both balls and one of them was like 20 pounds. And like down here, you know? You guys are great. Great sports. Don't fly off the map, thank you. I scraped it. I scraped it. That was bullshit. Yeah, this is the worst star in the game. You're the worst speedrunner runner? Yeah, well, no other human has ever gotten 120 stars, so... I'm actually the best speedrunner. Stalling for content so you guys will donate more? True. Fork up, my pay pigs. Is TTS on? You know, funny story with TTS. No, it's not. I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to triple jump. Hangry? Eat a Snickers. Or a protein bar. How much is your rent? I pay your dad in other ways. My dad is a Trump supporter. Look, I don't know about that. All I know is that your dad is also a firm rump supporter. We have to stop, okay? Oh, nice. We finally made it up to the uppermost island. There were two up here. Poggies. Zoom! We're going so fast right now. We gotta slow down. Whoa! Camera. Please. Camera. Camera. Okay. There's one right up there. One here. Only two remaining. We'll get the next hat. Gotta get to the cannon. Over there. Where's the cannon? Where's the... Oh, there it is. Okay. We can do this. Refill. Shit, our flying didn't kick in fast enough. No. Come on. No! I landed on the top of the fucking box. This is all I deserve. This is a artist's depiction of Vosh playing a video game. This time we got it. We're so close. Yeah, I've seen BoJack Horseman. Is it good? BoJack? Yeah, BoJack's considered one of the best Western cartoons of the decade. Okay. Activating. FaZe Clan. Omni Gamer Mode. Precision Strikes. Precision Strikes. Exactly the needed elevation. Calculated. Down to the 17th decimal point. Instant flippy. Return to the first cannon. Go up. Up secured. Flawless dismount. Burning speed. Burning speed, maintaining elevation. 180 rotation. Engaged. Jungle Gym hangout in my sights. Flawless targeting. Cloud cushion. Activated. Backup hat. Requested. Tertiary backup hat. Requested. Target acquired. Too high. Mission failed, boys. We'll get him next time. And by next time, I mean immediately. Oh. God, that one's tough to get. That hurt my throat. He's doing it for content. He's doing it for content, Copium. Dude, you know what'd be really funny? We should, like, we could have, like, a viewer roulette. Where we get people who shit-talk my game-playing abilities and, like, hand them the controller, you know? Find a way to, like, screen share, like, we can watch them play. Man, that last bit really hurt my throat. Like it actually hurts. Ooh, that was a good one. Yeah, if I make it this one, you all have to donate, okay? No. No. How much? 1 cent. It's always this fucking one. Get to the cannon. There's the cannon. Okay. Just get this last one. Okay, burn speed. Hold on. Hold. Hold. Yes! First try! How does he do it? How does he do it? World record. So I think the last one is the 8 red coins here. Will you finish Banjo for the next video game streams? You know, I'm having a lot of fun tonight. I was actually thinking that rather than ending in 45 minutes, which would be the normal time that I would end, instead I thought it might be cool that we play a relaxing game after this. Kirby and the Crystal Shards on the Nintendo 64, which was a childhood favorite of mine, a really, really relaxing and comfy game. Hyena, you don't have a problem with me sticking it out a little later, do you? Don't you toast me. No. There's a red coin. Is there a red coin down here? Oh, there it is. For how long do you think? I don't know. Donate. For, I don't know. We'll have fun. I got you, Vermin. Oh, let's create a little moment, okay? Riley is a friend of myself and Vermin. Everyone say hi, Riley. There you go. Now Riley can see this in the VODs later and emit some kind of Australian noise. It's so fucking weird. Because, this is... Being a public figure is so strange. Because Riley, You didn't tell us they were Australian? Yeah, sorry, guys. Tricked you. It's really weird because, like... We came to know Riley through playing D&D, like Dungeons & Dragons, in pickup groups. And then... Well, Riley knew Hyena. And then Hyena's like, oh yeah, like Vosh was my partner at the time or whatever. And then Riley was like, wait, my friends watch Vosh. And now Riley's like, dudes, I'm friends with Vosh. And they're like, okay, dude. There's like some shit. It's really weird. It's like being in a position where other people know about you like that, you know? And I'm just like a little YouTuber. Like, this... Ooh. Yeah, I know I missed one. I'll go back for it. The random Uber driver who told him he likes to troll you on Twitter. Oh yeah, the Uber driver who was like, yeah, I like to troll Vosh on Twitter. It's so weird. Why are you all Pepe modsing me? You already got this star when you beat Bowser the first time? Yeah, I remember getting it. I just don't know if it's saved because of the way this last one works. Let me make sure. You guys are just mad. One time our neighbor knocked and showed her phone. It was a viral video of Vosh, and she was like, is this you? And I wanted to cry. Oh, yeah! That one time I went viral on TikTok, my neighbor showed me their phone. Like, this you? Yes, yeah, it's so weird, Lepon. Was it embarrassing? No, I'm proud of everything that I do. Nothing is embarrassing. It was pretty cool. What was the TikTok? It was the time I went viral on TikTok. The one on, how over-policing can contribute to racist outcomes. That's based as fuck, funny rhetorician. Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, we're gonna see if this is the star. Nope! Guys, this wasn't it! Okay. I'm going to take a look at all the castle's secret stars then. So let's confirm, okay? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. All of the rides are accounted for. Now let me take a look at all the secret stars. Secret stars list. Okay. The Princess's Secret Slide. Did that one. The Princess's Secret Slide Revisited. Did that one. The Secret Aquarium. Did we do that one? Is it just the Secret Aquarium that we're missing? We did this one? Okay, we did this one. Okay. Bowser in the Dark World, 8 coins. I did that one. Tower of the Wing Cap, 8 coins. Did that one. Cavern of the Metal Cap, 8 red coins. I'm pretty sure I did that one. Wait, hold on. We might be missing a toad. Wait, I think we're just missing a toad. Hold on. I think we're just missing a toad. Wait, what does this one go to? Oh. Neat. Well, don't need that. Hold on. Wow! Wow! I'm positive it's this toad. It's right here. Been holding out on me. World first Super Mario 64 120 star complete. Never before has a human succeeded. Many have tried, but never before has a human succeeded. World record. Let's go up to the roof. I never got to do this as a kid. I think it's back this way. Yes. Yoshi! He was waiting for us. Aww. We've absorbed the star's power. We are invincible now. Nicely done, people. Never got to beat this game when I was a kid. I wasn't good enough. But now, as an adult, with a lot of agony... Oh, triple jump. My bad. I forgot there was a wing cap up there. Hold on. Give me... Let's... go! What an excellent game. Mwah. We kissed Princess Peach. Guys, I can't do a regular triple jump till the hat cap wears off. It really is difficult to overstate how revolutionary this game was when it came out. Wait. Wait, how do... Oh, sorry, I just got the timing off. Oh, no. Wait. Wait, no, that's a dive. Nope. Nope. Hold on. Wait. Wait. Okay. Hold on. Just line it up. Okay. Okay, sorry. I'll do it. Woo! That's cute as hell. What a nice game. Thanks for playing it again with me, guys.